Chapter 22. Just as Su Zimo was deep in his thoughts, the yellow-robed lady walked over slowly and said softly, "I am Yao Shui from Azure Frost Sect. Thank you for saving me." Su Zimo's mind was focused on how to undo the iron hoop on the spirit monkey's hand. He only lifted his head and glanced at Yao Shui, not replying. Yao Shui pondered for a while before saying, "Fellow Taoist, you want to break this beast-trapping hoop, right? Why don't I try?" Su Zimo looked at Yao Shui hesitantly before nodding. Yao Shui tapped the flying sword in her hand gently with her fingertips. Two beams of spirit light flashed and the sword was instantly covered with a layer of frost. The sword aura was threatening. Su Zimo observed carefully. Previously, the flying swords in the hands of the two Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan only shone with one beam of spirit light. However, the flying sword in Yao Shui's hand shone with two beams of spirit light. Obviously, the sword in this lady's hand was of a higher grade and sharper. Su Zimo secretly remembered this change in his heart and paid attention to Yao Shui's every move. Yao Shui controlled the flying sword from a distance and pointed her slender finger forward. The flying sword drew an arc in mid-air and slashed heavily on the beast-trapping hoop. Bam! Bam! The beast-trapping hoop broke. The spirit monkey had been sullen for a long time. Suddenly, it broke free from the hoop and became extremely excited. It could not stop howling. Blood was still dripping from its wound but it was oblivious to it. "Thanks." Su Zimo nodded at Yao Shui. "It's nothing." Yao Shui smiled. Suddenly, a doubt arose in her heart. She could not help but ask, "This spirit monkey is a spirit beast that you have tamed?" Yao Shui could tell that this savage draped in beast skin obviously knew the spirit monkey. This person was most likely here to save the spirit monkey. Saving her was just a matter of convenience. In the cultivation world, many cultivators would rear spirit beasts to increase their combat power. After the spirit beast made a blood oath, it would not betray the cultivator. Otherwise, it would be punished by the heavens and die from the reverse flow of its blood. Upon hearing this question, Su Zimo frowned, shook his head and said, "It is my friend." "Huh?" Yao Shui blinked her eyes and was filled with confusion. It was really hard for her to imagine how a human could become friends with a spirit beast. Since ancient times, humans and demons walked different paths. They fought and killed each other constantly, and their relationship worsened. There was only one possibility for them to get along, and that was a master-servant relationship where one of them made a blood oath. The word friend was a little different when used between two different races. After all, there was an ancient saying that those who were not of the same race had different intentions. Su Zimo ignored Yao Shui. He walked to the corpses and picked up the 5 flying swords. Looking at the almost broken thunderbolt saber, Su Zimo hesitated a little, but he still picked it up and put it on his back. Suddenly, Su Zimo suddenly felt a sense of danger and turned around. In the depths of the forest behind him, 2 dim lights appeared in the darkness. Their auras were terrifying, and they emitted a cold killing intent. Hiss! Su Zimo gasped in shock. He shouted softly, "Spirit demon, run!" Before Su Zimo could say anything, the spirit monkey at the side had already run away. Although both its hands and legs were injured and it was limping, it was still light and swift in the forest. Its speed was extremely fast. Yao Shui was obviously a little flustered and did not know what to do. Su Zimo did not intend to bother about her. However, just now, this girl had broken the beast-trapping hoop. If he allowed her to stay here, given her current condition, she would not be able to escape death. Su Zimo looked at her and said softly, "Follow me." As soon as he finished his words, Su Zimo had already walked ahead. Yao Shui's cheeks were faintly red. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed behind. Yao Shui was poisoned by the aphrodisiac powder. If she forced out the poison and treated her injuries immediately, there would not be much of an impact. However, Just now, she had a fierce battle with the joyful seven and her spirit energy was almost depleted. She could not even use the sword kinesis flight. Now, she was gradually unable to suppress the effects of the aphrodisiac powder. She only felt that her entire body was burning up and her limbs were weak. Yao Shui was very clear about the effects of the aphrodisiac powder. Even a chaste woman would not be able to withstand the effects of this medicine. If I can't take it, I will be eaten by the spirit demons of Tsang Lang mountain range. I will not be humiliated by others. Yao Shui bit her red lips and secretly made up her mind. The spirit monkey had already escaped without a trace. The figure of the savage in front was faintly discernible. Yao Shui chased after him with all her might. The unknown spirit demon continued to follow closely behind her. Its cold gaze did not leave her, as if it was piercing her back. After running for a while, Yao Shui's legs turned to jelly. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Although she was already prepared to be buried in the beast's mouth, Yao Shui's heart palpitated at the thought of being torn apart and devoured by the spirit demon. The sound of the spirit demon stepping on the grass behind her was getting closer and closer. The murderous intent was biting cold. Yao Shui could even smell the stench coming from the spirit demon's mouth. But at this moment, Yao Shui no longer had the strength to escape. Forget it. I didn't expect that I, Ji Yao Shui, would be buried here. If father knows about this, sigh. Yao Shui's stamina was exhausted. She stood on the spot and panted. She only felt aggrieved and overwhelmed with grief. She closed her eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. At this moment, Yao Shui suddenly felt a strong arm around her waist. After that, her body became light and she was brought away from her original spot. Miss, this is an emergency. Sorry for the offense. The man's voice rang in her ears. Yao Shui opened her eyes abruptly and saw Su Zimo's side profile. So he didn't abandon me. At this moment, Yao Shui had an indescribable joy. It was as if she had found a place to vent all her grievances. Her tears flowed like a spring. Swoosh! Swoosh! There was a gust of wind and the shadows of the trees receded. The man held 6 flying swords in his left hand and hugged a person in his right arm. His speed did not decrease but increased instead. It was only until now that Yao Shui realized that this man did not use his full strength during the journey earlier. Otherwise, she would not have been able to catch up with him. This person is not bad. Yao Shui felt weak all over. She leaned into the man's arms and sniffed the masculine scent from his body. Coupled with the effects of the aphrodisiac, she felt a little delirious. Yao Shui was shocked. She quickly bit the tip of her tongue and tried her best to stay awake. The man seemed to be very familiar with Tsang Lang mountain range. Sometimes he would dash to the east and sometimes he would turn to the west. Along the way, although Yao Shui could hear the roars of the spirit beasts, she did not encounter any attacks from them. After some time, Yao Shui felt dizzy. Her arms instinctively wrapped around the man's neck and her slender legs wrapped around him. She clearly knew that this was not right, but her body was not under her control. Yao Shui's consciousness gradually blurred. At this moment, the man's voice sounded again. Miss, wake up. Woo woo. Yao Shui's body was boiling hot. Her face was flushed red and she was sleep-talking. She felt as if she was pushed away forcefully, but she pounced on him again, splash. The sound of water could be heard. The ubiquitous cold enveloped Yao Shui's boiling hot body. She quivered and woke up. Her eyes gradually regained their clarity. Where is this? Yao Shui shivered and asked in a trembling voice. At the same time, she looked around. This was a narrow and small cave. She had fallen into a cold pond. There were no other decorations around. Although the effects of the Hahuan powder were still there, the bone-chilling coldness from the pond kept stimulating Yao Shui's nerves, allowing her to stay awake. You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with the power of this cold pond, you should be able to neutralize the effects of the Hehuan powder. After saying this, the man turned and left. Before leaving, the man found a few pieces of wolf skin from somewhere and covered the entrance of this narrow cave. The man's footsteps gradually faded away. Looking at all this, Yao Shui felt a strange feeling in her heart. She had fallen into the pond. Her clothes were already wet and could not cover her body at all. Her graceful body was faintly discernible. However, the man did not look sideways and was very attentive. He was afraid that she would feel awkward, so he covered the entrance of the cave. Although the effects of the Hehuan powder were strong, it was not a threat to a foundation establishment cultivator. It was just that Yao Shui did not have a chance to force out the effects of the Hehuan powder. Now that she had regained her consciousness, she hurriedly took out an elixir from her storage bag and put it into her mouth. Then, she started to circulate the spirit mantra. At this moment, the man's voice could be heard from outside. It was mixed with the sound of the spirit monkey. The man and the monkey seemed to be communicating. The man's voice was neither loud nor soft. However, it was just loud enough for Yao Shui to hear. Yao Shui's heart warmed. The man was using this method to tell her that he had been outside the cave all along. He did not go far or near so that she could heal her injuries at ease. This person is really interesting. Yao Shui smiled faintly, looking beautiful and flawless. Chapter 23. Su Zimo walked out of the cave. The spirit monkey was waiting for him outside. The spirit monkey chuckled and pointed inside the cave. It winked at Su Zimo with a strange expression and even moved its body a few times. Su Zimo scolded jokingly, "You damn monkey. You know everything." In actual fact, although Su Zimo had not heard of the Hehuan powder, he could vaguely guess the use of this medicine. After studying for more than 10 years, Su Zimo would not do something like taking advantage of others when they were in danger. Moreover, the two of them were just strangers who met by chance. "How's your wound?" Su Zimo asked. "Ooh, ooh." The spirit monkey waved its hands casually, indicating that it was fine. The spirit monkey's physique was amazing and its healing ability was extremely strong. It would recover in a few days. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo said softly, "I'm leaving." "Oh." The spirit monkey widened its eyes, full of doubts. To the spirit monkey, it thought that Su Zimo was like it, living in Song Lang mountain range with no one to rely on and no worries. Su Zimo pointed in the direction of Pingyang town and said, "There's a town tens of kilometers away from Song Lang mountain range. My home is there. I have to go back." The spirit monkey stopped shouting. It blinked and felt a little down. It turned its back and licked the wounds on its body silently. Su Zimo had mixed feelings too. In Su Zimo's eyes, the spirit monkey was no longer his initial savior. The spirit monkey was his companion who ate, lived, and went through thick and thin with him. Su Zimo had also thought of bringing the spirit monkey away from Song Lang mountain range. However, this was not realistic. On one hand, Su Zimo was worried that the spirit monkey would not be able to adapt to the outside world. On the other hand, he was also worried that he could not protect the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey was arrogant and unruly. It was unknown how much trouble it would cause outside. It might not be as safe, happy and carefree as it was in Song Lang mountain range. "Fellow Taoist, come in." At this moment, a lady's gentle voice could be heard from the cave, breaking the silence at the entrance. Su Zimo patted the spirit monkey's shoulder and led the way into the cave. Although the night was dark, Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely good after cultivating the Tendon's Transformation chapter of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. When he saw Yao Shui's appearance, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Yao Shui was extremely beautiful. She was even more beautiful than Shen Meng Qi and comparable to Dai Yu. However, she lacked Dai Yu's unique aura. Yao Shui had just come out from the cold pond. Her hair was still wet, and she looked like a beauty who had just come out of the bath. She looked even more gentle and beautiful. Su Zimo was a little absent-minded, but he quickly recovered. Looking at Yao Shui's appearance, it seemed that the effects of the Hehuan powder were no longer a problem. Su Zimo nodded at Yao Shui and went to his usual resting spot. He took out the few small cloth bags from the joyful clan and fiddled with them curiously. "Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" Yao Shui asked with a smile. "Su Zimo." Su Zimo replied. He did not even raise his head and continued fiddling with the cloth bags in his hands. Yao Shui looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. She recalled the embarrassing state she was in when she was poisoned by the Hehuan powder. Her cheeks could not help but blush and she looked shy. Yao Shui clenched her teeth lightly. Her gaze was erratic as she looked around. She seemed to ask casually, just now, you have fainted. Nothing happened. Before Yao Shui could finish her sentence, Su Zimo interrupted her. "Oh." Yao Shui frowned. She realized that Su Zimo did not seem to want to bother with her at all. He kept fiddling with the storage bags in his hands. She could not help but feel annoyed. After watching from the side for a while, Yao Shui could not help but ask again, "Fellow Taoist, you don't seem to be a cultivator." Su Zimo's hands paused. He raised his head and looked into Yao Shui's eyes. He said plainly, "I don't have a spirit root." Upon hearing this, there was no contempt in Yao Shui's eyes. Instead, there was a flash of surprise and pity. This slight change made Su Zimo have a better impression of Yao Shui. Yao Shui came to Su Zimo's side. She did not mind that the floor was dirty and messy. She sat down and said jokingly, "Then I can't call you fellow Taoist anymore. I should call you young Master Su." "Up to you." Su Zimo smiled. Yao Shui pointed to the cloth bag in Su Zimo's hands and said, "This is a storage bag. It's very common in the cultivation world. Almost everyone wears one. There's a space inside and it can store many things." "Oh." However, the storage bag can only be opened by activating it with spirit energy. As she spoke, Yao Shui took out a storage bag. She slapped on it and a pile of things fell on the ground. Most of them were bottles and jars. There were also dozens of fist-sized stones. These are spirit stones. They are essential consumables for cultivators. They are divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. Of course, there are supreme-grade spirit stones. These dozens of spirit stones are just inferior-grade spirit stones. Spirit roots can be roughly divided into 5 grades. Pseudo-spirit root, ordinary spirit root, superior-grade spirit root, earth spirit root, and the rarest heaven spirit root. Yao Shui was very smart. She seemed to be able to tell that Su Zimo was curious about cultivators. Therefore, she explained some common knowledge about cultivation to him. "You rarely mention these things." Su Zimo could not help but be engrossed in listening. One side was humbly seeking advice while the other side was telling him everything. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. A night had passed just like that. Even a cultivator would feel tired after a sleepless night. Su Zimo looked apologetic. He stood up and said, "Miss Yao, thank you for your generosity in teaching me about cultivation. I've benefited a lot." Yao Shui smiled and said, "If you want to thank me, give me 3 pieces of gray wolf skin. This is also the purpose of my trip." There were hundreds of gray wolf skins in this cave. Su Zimo waved his hand and said, "Take whatever you want." Yao Shui said, "Actually, every part of a spirit beast is a treasure. To a talisman master, the skin and fur are essential. If you sell the many pieces of spirit beast skin in this cave, you can get a lot of spirit stones." Just now, Yao Shui told Su Zimo that in the cultivation world, there were 4 types of cultivators who had extremely special statuses. They were even higher than ordinary cultivators. Alchemists could refine elixirs. There were many types of elixirs and they had a wide range of uses. They were indispensable to cultivators. Weapon refiners could refine spirit weapons of different grades. Spirit weapons were the most obvious for cultivators to increase their abilities. They were also essential. Talisman masters could create talismans. The Vajra talisman that Yao Shui used to fend off the Joyful Seven's attacks was a type of talisman. If not for this Vajra talisman, Yao Shui would have been defeated and captured. Array formation masters were proficient in the art of array formations. Some major sects would have sect-protecting arrays. If a cultivator were to fall into the array formation set up by the opponent, they would be restrained in all aspects and might even lose their lives. Of course, to become one of these 4 types of cultivators, the prerequisite was to possess spirit roots and become a chi refinement warrior. Su Zimo shook his head and said, "Even if I can exchange them for spirit stones, I won't be able to use them." "Why won't you be able to use them?" Yao Shui immediately said, "You have to know that one piece of inferior grade spirit stone is worth thousands of gold ingots. In some businesses in the cultivation world, they sell all kinds of things. If you want to purchase them, you have to use spirit stones. If you have enough spirit stones, you can even issue some missions and hire chi refinement warriors to complete them. Of course, the higher the level of the chi refinement warrior, the higher the price." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo's heart stirred. He could vaguely feel that he might really be able to use these spirit stones. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo asked again, "What level of chi refinement warriors are the Joyful Seven?" Yao Shui said, "The 2 people guarding the spirit monkey are the weakest. They are level 5 chi refinement warriors. The one who escaped and the one with the fat head and big ears are the strongest. They are both level 8 chi refinement warriors. The other 3 are level 7 chi refinement warriors." Su Zimo nodded. 1 year of training was not in vain. Now, even the level 8 chi refinement warriors were not his match. Su Zimo even had a feeling that even if the level 9 chi refinement warriors were to get close to him, they would most likely be in trouble. Of course, this was on the premise that the other party would not soar into the sky on his sword immediately. In fact, sword kinesis flight would consume spirit chi. In a fight, regardless of whether it was chi refinement warriors or foundation establishment cultivators, they would try their best to conserve spirit chi and use it to attack. Even if one were to use sword kinesis flight, the other party would still be able to attack by stepping on the ground and controlling the flying sword. Therefore, in a fight, almost none of the chi refinement warriors or foundation establishment cultivators would use sword kinesis flight and attack at the same time. In this way, not only would they be distracted, the consumption of spirit chi would also increase greatly. Of course, it was a different story when one reached the level of perfected Jin Dan. Perfected Jin Dan's ability was worlds apart from the other 2. One of his abilities was that perfected Jin Dan could soar into the sky without relying on any external objects. "If I want to sell these things, where should I go?" Su Zimo had a good harvest yesterday. There were a total of 6 storage bags. There were more than 700 inferior grade spirit stones in total. There were also other items such as flying swords and elixirs. Yao Shui said, "In the Great Zhou dynasty, the biggest business is Sky Treasure Pavilion. Sky Treasure Pavilion will set up branches in some cities where cultivators gather. Most of them are in the capital of the vassal states." "Sky Treasure Pavilion?" Su Zimo exclaimed softly. He frowned and said, "There seems to be one in Sanglang City." Previously when he was studying in Sanglang City, Su Zimo had unintentionally heard of Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was said that it was a place that was even more mysterious than the city lord's residence. Gathering of cultivators? Sanglang City, Sky Treasure Pavilion. Su Zimo squinted his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Since they are cultivators, why would they enter the pugilistic world and the imperial court and meddle in the affairs of the mortal world? Su Zimo asked again. Yao Shui explained, "The lifespan of a chi refinement warrior is not much different from that of an ordinary person. Even for a foundation establishment cultivator, their lifespan is at most 100 years. Alchemy is extremely difficult. A large number of chi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators will join the imperial court when they see that there is no hope for them to step into alchemy. They will enjoy all the glory and splendor and live happily for the rest of their lives. Of course, in the various vassal states, even if there are traces of cultivators, almost all of them are chi refinement warriors. However, it is said that in the Great Zhou dynasty, there is an army that is specially formed by foundation establishment cultivators. There are even some perfected Jin Dan in the dynasty. This is the reason why the Great Zhou dynasty is able to rule over the various vassal states and remain standing. For example, the Great Qi Kingdom and the Great Yan Kingdom belonged to the vassal states. They had to pay tribute to the Great Zhou dynasty every year. Su Zimo was enlightened and said, "It is no wonder that the Great Zhou dynasty rarely meddles in the wars of the various vassal states. This is because regardless of which vassal state perishes or rises, it will not threaten the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty." That's right. Yao Shui nodded. After pausing for a while, Yao Shui smiled again and said meaningfully, "Zhanglang City is just a city under the vassal state. Yet, it has Sky Treasure Pavilion. It seems that the city lord of this city is plotting something big. Sky Treasure Pavilion would only set up branches in places where cultivators gathered. This meant that there were quite a number of cultivators in Zhanglang City. What did the city lord of Zhanglang City want? Could it be related to the Su family? Su Zimo could faintly feel that the Su family was very likely to be involved in a huge whirlpool. If they were not careful, they would be smashed into pieces. Chapter 24. It just so happens that I want to go to the Sky Treasure Pavilion to exchange for some items. Where is Zhanglang City? Bring me there, Yao Shui said with a smile. Su Zimo could tell that Yao Shui was meticulous. She was only worried that he was not a chi refinement warrior and could not enter the Sky Treasure Pavilion. She was afraid that she would hurt his self-esteem. That was why she said that. Su Zimo did not expose her. He said, "Let's go. I should also leave the Zhanglang mountain range." Su Zimo tidied up quite a number of spirit beast skins. Together with the storage bags and flying swords that he obtained yesterday, he temporarily placed them in Yao Shui's storage bag so as not to attract too much attention. Outside the cave, the sky was already bright. The spirit monkey was curled up in a corner with its back facing the two of them. It seemed to be sleeping soundly. "Let's go. Don't disturb it," Yao Shui said softly. Su Zimo shook his head. He came to the side of the spirit monkey and kicked it without any warning. He scolded jokingly, "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and send me off." This kick was very sudden and powerful. Even Yao Shui was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkey, who was originally in a deep sleep, seemed to be prepared. It jumped up from the ground and avoided Su Zimo's kick. It bared its teeth and waved its arms at him with a look of disdain. It even rolled its eyes from time to time. Su Zimo smiled and said, "So be it if you don't want to send me off. Look at your character. Stupid monkey, be smarter in the future. Don't foolishly go up to cultivators when you meet them." Humph. The spirit monkey snorted and shook its fists. "I'm leaving." Su Zimo waved his hands with his back facing the spirit monkey and left the cave with Yao Shui. After walking for a short distance, Su Zimo felt something. He turned back and saw the spirit monkey standing at the entrance of the cave, looking at him from afar. Under the morning glow, the tall figure looked somewhat lonely and desolate. Seeing Su Zimo turn back, the spirit monkey seemed to feel embarrassed. It raised its head proudly, then turned and went into the cave, disappearing. Yao Shui noticed this scene and said softly, "It still came out to send you off." Su Zimo lowered his head and did not say anything. Yao Shui said, "Since you can't bear to part with it, why don't you take it away?" After a moment of silence, Su Zimo raised his head and smiled. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's all right. Don't bother about it. This monkey has great ambitions. It wants to be the overlord of Tsang Lang mountain range. It wants to be a carefree and happy mountain king." Yao Shui took out a flying sword from her storage bag and suspended it in midair. She leaped onto it and turned back to look at Su Zimo. "Come on up. It's faster this way." Su Zimo did not decline and jumped up. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the two of them disappeared from where they were, breaking through the air. The imperial sword flight was graceful and graceful. It was indescribably elegant. It would be a lie if Su Zimo said that he was not envious. However, he walked the path of demonic cultivation. If he wanted to leave the ground and soar into the sky, he would have to cultivate the core formation chapter. After tendons transformation, there were still bones forging, marrow cleansing, viscera refining, and orifice clearing. It was unknown how long it would take. After a year and a half, he returned to Tsanglang City. The feeling was completely different. Standing on Yao Shui's flying sword and looking down at Tsanglang City, Su Zimo realized that this city was much bigger than what he had imagined. The two of them landed in a quiet and deep alley. There was a wall at the end of the alley. Yao Shui came to the front of the wall and shot out a stream of spirit energy from her fingertip. The spirit energy entered the wall and the wall instantly became transparent like a water screen. Yao Shui explained, "This is a type of array. It has the function of camouflage. Mortals without spirit energy will not be able to discover this place. There are two ways to enter Sky Treasure Pavilion. The first is to be a cultivator. The second is to have the Sky Treasure token." Su Zimo nodded and followed Yao Shui through the wall. It was suddenly very spacious inside. Facing the two of them was a palace that was emitting the aura of jewels and treasures. There were 3 big words written on the signboard, Sky Treasure Pavilion. At the bottom right corner of the 3 words, there was an exquisite and small word, branch. It represented that this was a branch of Sky Treasure Pavilion. After entering the main hall of Sky Treasure Pavilion, one could see many Qi refinement warriors loitering around. In the main hall, there was a dazzling array of treasures from the cultivation world. There were elixirs, spirit weapons, talismans, secret manuals of cultivation techniques and everything else. "Follow me upstairs. There are some ordinary items downstairs," Yao Shui said softly. Under the envious gazes of the Qi refinement warriors, Su Zimo followed Yao Shui up the stairs. These Qi refinement warriors knew that those who could enter the second floor of Sky Treasure Pavilion were either at Foundation Establishment or had the Sky Treasure token. However, it was too difficult to obtain a Sky Treasure token. Even the lowest level Sky Treasure Bronze token had to be exchanged for a certain amount of spirit stones in Sky Treasure Pavilion before one was qualified to obtain it. After ascending to the second floor, there were obviously fewer treasures from the cultivation world. However, the appearance of each item looked much better than the ones downstairs. Apart from a few Qi refinement warriors who were selling items, there was no one else on the second floor of Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was very deserted. Yao Shui went forward and knocked on the table. An exquisite golden token flashed in her palm. She said in a deep voice, "Ask your pavilion master to come out." That Qi refinement warrior took a look and was instantly alerted. He smiled and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." Very soon, a person who was dressed like a merchant hurried over. He had a big belly, but his footsteps were very light. Selling items. Yao Shui went straight to the point. She took out the hundreds of spirit beast skins, various elixirs, and a few flying swords from her storage bag. Su Zimo had long planned that he would not keep any of these items. He would exchange all of them for spirit stones. A total of 3,070 inferior grade spirit stones, the pavilion master of Sky Treasure Pavilion calculated for a while before he wiped his sweat and said. Yao Shui waved her hands and said in an unquestionable tone, "Let's make it 3,100. Round it up." This. All right, the pavilion master of Sky Treasure Pavilion hesitated for a while before he agreed. Su Zimo suddenly realized that Yao Shui seemed to have an extraordinary background. Her every move was filled with an oppressive air of nobility. 3,100 spirit stones. Including the 700-plus spirit stones in the storage bag of the Joyful Seven, Su Zimo already had close to 4,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Among the high-level Qi refinement warriors, this was also considered a considerable amount of wealth. How do you intend to use these spirit stones? Yao Shui asked. Su Zimo knew what to do. He said in a low voice, I want to refine 2 weapons, a bow and a saber. After the battle with the Qi refinement warriors at Sung Lang Mountain Range, Su Zimo discovered that his weakness was that he could not leave the ground and fly. If he were to really encounter Qi refinement warriors who were flying on swords in the air in the future, Su Zimo would use bows and arrows to deal with them. As for the saber, it could be used to protect himself and kill enemies. It could also block the spirit weapons of the Qi refinement warriors and take the opportunity to shorten the distance. Apart from inferior grade, middle grade, superior grade, and supreme grade spirit weapons, there was also a type of spirit weapon called pseudo-spirit weapon. The reason why spirit weapons were powerful was that, on one hand, the materials used to refine them were rare spirit items. On the other hand, after being tempered by a weapon refinement master, the impurities could be removed and the weapon would be hard and indestructible. However, the most important way to judge the grade of a spirit weapon was to look at the condensed spirit pattern on it. A spirit weapon that had 1 spirit pattern was an inferior grade spirit weapon. 2 of the Joyful Seven used flying swords of this grade. For example, the flying sword in Yao Shui's hands was a middle grade spirit weapon with 2 spirit patterns. 3 spirit patterns, superior grade. 4 spirit patterns, supreme grade. When cultivators were fighting, they would inject spirit qi into the spirit weapon and activate the spirit patterns to shine. The more spirit patterns there were, the more powerful the spirit weapon would be. The so-called pseudo-spirit weapon referred to the fact that the materials used to refine it were the same as the real spirit weapon. It was also made by a weapon refinement master. It was just that there were no condensed spirit patterns on it. To Su Zimo, there was no difference whether there were spirit patterns or not. He could not activate them. As long as the weapon was hard enough and could withstand the impact of the spirit weapon, it would suffice as long as it could cause damage to the Qi refinement warriors. The owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion said, if it's just to refine 2 pseudo-spirit weapons, it will cost very little. Including the materials and the cost of hiring a weapon refinement master, a few hundred inferior grade spirit stones will suffice. How long will it take? Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the Su family might be facing a calamity. He wanted to improve his skills as soon as possible. At least 3 days, the owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion said. In addition, it's easy to refine the body of the bow, but it's not easy to get the bowstring. Yao Shui pointed at Su Zimo's waist and smiled. The python tendon on your waist can be used as a bowstring. Su Zimo was still wearing the beast skin and the python tendon on his waist as a belt. Yao Shui stretched out her palm and gently pushed Su Zimo. She covered her nose and said, quickly go and take a bath and change your clothes. You can take the opportunity to remove the python tendon. Su Zimo coughed softly to hide his embarrassment. He hurriedly followed the 2 maidservants and left the 2nd floor of Sky Treasure Pavilion temporarily. Not long later, Su Zimo returned to Sky Treasure Pavilion. Yao Shui glanced sideways and her eyes lit up. At this moment, Su Zimo was dressed in a green robe. The stubble on his face was shaved, making him look delicate and handsome. He exuded a scholarly aura. He was a completely different person from before. Who's this? Yao Shui placed her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. There was a trace of a smile in her eyes as she tilted her head and asked. Su Zimo's eyes were clear. He smiled and said nothing. You're indeed a young master. It's not wrong to call you young Master Su, Yao Shui said with a smile. Su Zimo could not withstand it. He cupped his fists and said, Miss Yao, you must be joking. I won't tease you anymore. Yao Shui waved her small hands and asked again, how do you intend to use the remaining spirit stones? How many spirit stones do I need to hire a chi refinement warrior? Su Zimo intended to hire a chi refinement warrior to protect the Su family. The owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion said, this depends on the level of the chi refinement warrior. The higher the level, the better. If it's a level 7 chi refinement warrior, 5 inferior grade spirit stones per day will be enough. If it's a level 8 chi refinement warrior, 10 per day. If it's a level 9 chi refinement warrior, 100 per day. Su Zimo did some calculations in his heart. He had a total of more than 3,000 spirit stones left. It would be best to hire a level 9 chi refinement warrior, but the time limit was only 1 month. No one could guarantee when danger would come. However, hiring a level 8 chi refinement warrior could protect the Su family for a year. It was relatively worth it. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo said, hire a level 8 chi refinement warrior. The time limit is 1 year. All right. The owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion waved his hands. A maidservant understood and walked towards the main hall on the first floor of Sky Treasure Pavilion. Yao Shui explained, in the main hall of Sky Treasure Pavilion, there will be new missions from time to time. If a chi refinement warrior is tempted, they will naturally look for the employer. After pausing for a while, Yao Shui passed a golden token to Su Zimo and said, this is the Sky Treasure Gold Token. In the future, when you come to Sky Treasure Pavilion to purchase treasures, you can use this token to reduce the price by half. So much? Su Zimo was shocked. The owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion explained by the side, there are 3 types of tokens in Sky Treasure Pavilion. The lowest level is the bronze token, which is 10% cheaper. The next is the silver token, which is 20% cheaper. After that is the gold token. This thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. After hearing the owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion's explanation, Su Zimo was aware of the preciousness of this gold token. Accept it. I still have more. Without any explanation, Yao Shui stuffed it into Su Zimo's arms directly. She reminded again, you have to hide it well. Don't let others see it. Otherwise, it will easily attract trouble. Su Zimo frowned slightly and wanted to decline. Yao Shui pulled a long face and said, you are my savior. Is my life not worth this lousy gold token? Su Zimo was speechless. The owner of Sky Treasure Pavilion watched by the side and rolled his eyes. He muttered in his heart, lousy gold token. There are less than 10 of such gold tokens in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Little Grandaunt is so generous. I don't know where this poor lad's luck comes from. At this moment, Su Zimo did not know that the token in his hands was not an ordinary Sky Treasure Gold token. Even if one held an ordinary Sky Treasure Gold token, it would only be 30% cheaper at Sky Treasure Pavilion. There was only one Sky Treasure Gold token that was 50% cheaper. Just now, there was one. Chapter 25. When they walked out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, it was already noon. Su Zimo turned to look at Yao Shui and said sincerely, I really have to thank Miss Yao for today's matter. Call me Yao Shui. This. Okay. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Seeing Su Zimo nod, Yao Shui pursed her lips and smiled. She immediately said, then I'll call you Zimo. Su Zimo was speechless. Yao Shui glanced sideways at Su Zimo and asked, Zimo, where are you going next? Su Zimo pondered and said, I have to stay in Sanglang City for a few days to wait for the 2 pseudo-spirit weapons to be refined. At the same time, I can see if there are any level 8 chi refinement warriors to take on the mission. Yao Shui thought for a while and said, then I'll go back to the sect. I won't accompany you. Take care. We'll meet again if fate allows. Su Zimo nodded. Yao Shui rode on her sword and soared into the sky. When she was about to fly out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, she suddenly turned back and smiled. It's not fate. We'll definitely meet again. With that, Yao Shui rode on her sword and left. Not long later, she disappeared from Su Zimo's sight. Su Zimo did not think too much. He walked out of the small alley where the Sky Treasure Pavilion was located, found an inn nearby and stayed there. 3 days later, at the city lord's residence, Wolf Guard Chao Gang walked in quickly and bowed. He said in a low voice, "City Lord, the guards under my command saw Su Zimo in the city. The strange thing is that this lad seemed to appear out of thin air. No one saw him enter the city." The city lord of Tsanglang City, Luo Tianwu, nodded and said, "Yes, he must have been careless. Don't worry too much. I've long known about this and have sent someone to test him. Since he wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife, he has to test if the knife is sharp enough. I heard that Su Hong escaped from the capital of the country of Yen a few days ago. His 16 years of preparation went down the drain and he almost lost his life. Now that the king of Yen kingdom is heavily guarded and there are many Qi refinement warriors gathered around the king of Yen. Can Su Zimo do it?" Chao Gang frowned slightly. Luo Tianwu smiled and said, "Su Hong has the black armored cavalry under him. Although he is powerful, he is also a big target. It is reasonable that he failed to assassinate the king of Yen." However, second young master Su was different, because no one took him seriously. The more neglected a person is, the easier it is to assassinate them. Su Zimo had been in Tsanglang City for 3 days, but there was still no news from Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was not easy to hire a Qi refinement warrior, let alone a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. Su Zimo felt a bit irritated. He went to the first floor of the inn and prepared to eat something. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard a sneer from the side. Someone said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this second young master Su who has been demoted to a lowly commoner? How dare you come to Tsanglang City?" Su Zimo looked sideways. In the middle of the lobby on the first floor, there was an elegant young master. He was fanning himself with a folding fan. There was a mocking expression on his face and he was sneering. Beside this person, there were 2 middle-aged men. Their aura was restrained and their eyes were bright and spirited. They vaguely protected this person in the middle. This person's name was Chu Yang. He could not endure hardships when it came to practicing martial arts. He was unwilling to focus on his studies. Relying on his family's influence, he loafed around and bullied the weak. When Su Zimo was studying in Tsanglang City, he was once a classmate of this person and had some impression of him. Although he could not stand this person's behavior, the two of them did not have any animosity previously. Su Zimo looked at Chu Yang lightly. His gaze was calm and his expression was normal. He turned and walked upstairs. The Su family already had external enemies. Su Zimo did not want to stir up more trouble. There was no need to make more enemies. Chu Yang snorted coldly. "Boss Li, since when can lowly commoners enter your inn? Break this lowly commoner's legs and throw him out, lest he affects my appetite." The inn owner looked troubled. "Oh. You want to break my legs?" Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around slowly. His gaze swept across the lobby. The guests in the inn did not look like commoners. There were weapons by the table. Although they were drinking and eating, their gazes landed on him intentionally and unintentionally. Moreover, their gazes were filled with hostility. This was not a chance encounter. The other party was deliberately looking for trouble. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo understood in his heart. Su Zimo walked towards Chu Yang. The 2 middle-aged men sitting beside Chu Yang obviously became nervous. Their muscles tensed up and their palms retracted, placing them on the weapons at their waists. Su Zimo smiled and sat down opposite Chu Yang. "Who allowed you to sit down?" Chu Yang was furious. With a bang, he slammed his palm on the table. Clang! The surrounding diners stood up one after another. Their weapons were unsheathed one after another. Su Zimo's expression did not change. He looked straight ahead and took Chu Liang's wine jar. He poured himself a bowl of wine. The two middle-aged men opposite him looked solemn. They moved closer to the middle and blocked Chu Liang behind them. Su Zimo did not make a move. He did not even reveal any murderous intent. However, the two middle-aged men felt a chill down their spines. They felt uneasy. Both of you are perfected and born experts, right? Su Zimo raised his wine bowl and asked casually. So what if we are? One of them replied. Both of you. Su Zimo raised his head and drank the strong wine in his cup. He then shook his head and continued, I can't protect him. The moment he put down the wine bowl, Su Zimo made a move. Crack! The wine bowl landed on the table. It was neither light nor heavy. However, the entire table suddenly cracked. Su Zimo took advantage of the situation. With a flip of his palm, he directly enveloped the heads of the two perfected and born experts. The moment he made a move, it was 1 against 2. The two middle-aged men were horrified. The aura of Su Zimo's palm was too strong. It was suffocating. There was even a smell of blood in the palm wind. Just now, he was still a graceful scholar. In the blink of an eye, he had become a ferocious beast. The two of them hurriedly drew out their weapons to block. Clatter! There was a crisp sound. The two extremely sharp weapons were actually smashed into pieces by Su Zimo's palm and scattered all over the floor. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo went forward and casually kicked twice. The two Kane experts flew backward. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their chests caved in and they vomited blood. They were only half dead. Compared to the spirit beasts in Song Lang mountain range, the close combat skills of the two people in front of him were too weak. If Su Zimo unleashed his full strength, the two of them and their weapons would be crushed instantly. Chu Liang was pale with fright. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the two Kane experts that he relied on the most would be crippled. And Su Zimo had already approached him. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up in the air. It was too fast. When Chu Liang fell into Su Zimo's hands, the surrounding diners had yet to react. They wanted to rush forward again but they were already afraid of harming him. What are you doing? Let go of my young master. There was a fierce reprimand from the surroundings. Su Zimo did not seem to hear it. He looked at Chu Liang with a faint smile and asked, I heard that you wanted to break my legs. Hee. Chu Liang was choked. His face was purple and he let out a strange cry. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. He swept his feet. Bam! Bam! The sound of bones cracking came from Chu Liang's knee. It was crushed by Su Zimo's kick on the spot. Chu Liang was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his forehead. His body trembled but he could not say a word. Who asked you to come? Su Zimo questioned. Chu Liang could not catch his breath. His eyes rolled back and he was about to faint. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Stop! At the entrance of the inn, a resolute man in armor led many guards and rushed in with big strides. This person was Chao Gang, one of the 5 wolf guards of Tsanglang City. Private fights are prohibited in the city. Su Zimo, let him go. Chao Gang walked forward and shouted. At the same time, Chao Gang took 2 steps forward and whispered to Su Zimo, Second young master Su, the city lord invites you. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. His mind turned and he vaguely understood something. Su Zimo waved his hand and threw Chu Liang aside casually. Bring the criminal Su Zimo back to the city lord's residence. Chao Gang shouted again. The guards behind him came forward and surrounded Su Zimo. However, no one put shackles on Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not show it on his face. He sneered in his heart and left the inn with Chao Gang and the rest. Chapter 26. This was the first time that Su Zimo met the city lord of Zhanglang City. It was difficult to see through this person's heart through his eyes. He did not show his emotions on his face and was very shrewd. Luo Tianwu was sizing up Su Zimo as well. His first impression was that he was gentle and refined, no different from other scholars. If he had not known about Su Zimo's deeds in Pingyang town beforehand, Luo Tianwu would not have imagined that such a weak scholar could actually suppress two big families. Immediately after, the second impression that Su Zimo gave Luo Tianwu was that he was mysterious and unfathomable. Both parties' gazes met in midair. Very soon, Luo Tianwu was the first to break into a smile. He said in a clear voice, "I have long heard of second young Master Su's great name. I finally get to meet you today. Please take a seat." A hunchbacked old servant in gray walked over from the side. His hair and beard were grayish, his face was haggard and his eyes were cloudy. He carried a chair and placed it in front of Su Zimo carefully. Su Zimo's gaze seemed to sweep past the old servant inadvertently. He did not decline and sat down directly. Luo Tianwu was very polite to him. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved that this meeting was not simple. There must be something wrong when things were abnormal. What was the status, power and prestige of a city lord? Not to mention that Su Zimo's status was low now. Even if he had achieved scholarly honors back then, Luo Tianwu did not invite him. The old servant in gray stood beside Su Zimo. He looked respectful as he poured a cup of tea for Su Zimo. There was a hint of playfulness in Su Zimo's eyes. He looked at the old servant in gray meaningfully and said with a spurious smile, "It must have been hard on you to pour tea for me." The old servant in gray paused his arm and placed the teapot on the table. He was expressionless and retreated behind Luo Tianwu without a word. Upon hearing this, there was a flash in Luo Tianwu's eyes and it disappeared immediately. Su Zimo's words seemed to be unintentional. However, no one knew what he was implying. It could be that he took pity on the old servant in gray or that he thought of his own lowly status and was mocking himself. Of course, there was another possibility. This lad had seen through the identity of the old servant in gray as a Qi refinement warrior. This kid isn't easy to deal with. Luo Tianwu frowned. The gray-clothed old servant hid very well, but he couldn't hide from Su Zimo's sharp spiritual sense, which he had trained through life and death situations. Su Zimo didn't say a word. He picked up the teacup and sipped the tea leisurely. Luo Tianwu didn't say anything. He tapped the table with his fingertips. Half an incense stick of time passed, the room was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of fingers tapping on the table could be heard. The atmosphere was stifling. The smile on Luo Tianwu's face had long disappeared. In such an environment, if it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to bear the pressure and would have spoken to ease the atmosphere. However, from beginning to end, Su Zimo's expression didn't change at all. His gaze was calm like an old monk in meditation. This kid is only 18 years old, but he already has such a calm temperament. How troublesome. Luo Tianwu thought to himself. He could no longer sit still. This was actually a psychological pressure technique. Whoever lost their cool and spoke first would inevitably be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Luo Tianwu wanted to subdue Su Zimo immediately. However, he didn't expect to land a punch on cotton. He didn't feel any strength at all. This feeling was very uncomfortable. "Second young Master Su, aren't you curious about why I invited you here?" Luo Tianwu asked with a smile. Su Zimo put down the teacup slowly. He glanced sideways and said calmly, "City Lord, please enlighten me. The two young masters of the Su clan are both dragons and phoenixes among men. The eldest young Master Su's forbearance and the second young Master Su's unfathomable depths are not only admired by my 5 great wolf guards, but also by myself. Luo Tianwu praised. Su Zimo frowned slightly and said, City Lord, you don't have to sound me out. Just say what you want to say. Straightforward. I admire people like second young Master Su. Luo Tianwu chuckled. Your elder brother has already failed to assassinate the king of Yen. He is now bedridden with serious injuries. I know that second young Master Su must be suppressing his anger. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo's expression changed. Elder brother assassinated the king of Yen? And he was seriously injured? Su Zimo had not returned for a year and did not know that such a major incident had happened to the Su family. Why did elder brother want to assassinate the king of Yen? Could it be that the king of Yen was the Su family's enemy? Sensing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Luo Tianwu was slightly stunned. He asked, could it be that second young Master Su is still unaware of this matter? I don't know. Su Zimo resisted the urge to rush back to Pingyang town and shook his head. Luo Tianwu felt that he had gained back some ground. He smiled and said, actually, the person I admire the most is Su Mu, the Duke of Wooding. How awe-inspiring were the black armored cavalry under his command. Who in the nearby vassal states did not know of Su Mu's great name? It's a pity. Su Mu. Upon hearing this name, Su Zimo's heart ached for some reason. Su Zimo had already sensed that this person called Su Mu was most likely his father. Luo Tianwu continued, 16 years ago, I heard that the Duke of Wooding was framed and plotted against by scoundrels. The King of Yen ordered his entire family to be massacred. At that time, I also sighed and lamented. It was a pity that a talent of a generation had died. Fortunately, the Duke of Wooding had descendants and the 2 young masters of the Su family escaped. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo already understood that many things had been answered. Su Zimo did not say a word. He stood up and walked outside. Second young Master Su, where are you going? Luo Tianwu asked hurriedly. Su Zimo's face darkened. He turned and looked at Luo Tianwu. His eyes were bloodshot and his gaze was frightening. Luo Tianwu was shocked. The gray-robed old servant behind him also took half a step back instinctively. He placed his hand on his chest and felt for the storage bag inside. In actual fact, Luo Tianwu did not know that Su Zimo did not know the background of the Su family. He also did not expect that Su Zimo would have such a huge reaction. Luo Tianwu calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, I know that second young Master Su is eager to take revenge. I also want to seek justice for the Duke of Wooding. How about this? I have a spy in the King of Yen city who can help second young Master Su to get close to the King of Yen. With second young Master Su's ability, if you and I join forces, we will definitely be able to kill the King of Yen and avenge the Duke of Wooding. Su Zimo closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them slowly. The blood in his eyes gradually faded and his gaze became clear again. This is a private grudge of the Su family. Why is the city lord so concerned about it? Su Zimo asked. Luo Tianwu smiled and said, the person I admire the most in my life is the Duke of Wooding. You can only fool children with such words. Before Luo Tianwu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Zimo mercilessly. Su Zimo's words were extremely disrespectful to the city lord. However, the smile on Luo Tianwu's face did not diminish. He continued, second young Master Su is a little angry. You were the one who sent Chu Liang to the inn, right? Su Zimo interrupted Luo Tianwu again and said calmly. Luo Tianwu kept his smile. A murderous look flashed across his eyes and he asked, why do you say that, second young Master Su? From the moment I attacked to the moment I restrained Chu Liang, it was only a dozen breaths' time. Su Zimo pointed at Chao Gang at the side and continued, bodyguard Chao suddenly rushed in. Ha! Isn't it a little too fast? It seems like he was already prepared at the side. I just happened to pass by. Chao Gang hurriedly explained. Luo Tianwu waved his hand and stopped Chao Gang from continuing. After a short interaction, Luo Tianwu realized that such little tricks could not be hidden from the person in front of him. Even if he tried to explain, it would only make him a laughingstock. Su Zimo sneered and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped in his tracks and said calmly, "If City Lord Luo really wants to help the Su family, I, Su Zimo, will naturally be grateful. However, I don't like to be used by others." "City Lord Luo. You're on your own now." After he finished speaking, Su Zimo left without looking back. When Su Zimo's figure disappeared from the city lord's residence, Luo Tianwu's face darkened. There was already a palm print on the sandalwood table beside him. "Immature brat, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Luo Tianwu was furious as he gritted his teeth and scolded. After calming down for a while, Luo Tianwu let out a long breath and turned to ask, "Sir, what do you think of this kid?" At this moment, the gray-robed old servant straightened his back. His eyes were clear and he did not look old at all. Upon hearing Luo Tianwu's question, the gray-robed old servant said in a low voice, "This second young master Su is not simple. Although he is not a Qi refinement warrior, he can recognize my identity at one glance. This kid's hands must be stained with a lot of blood. Just now, when he is angry, I feel a sense of fear. He is a very dangerous person." "Oh." Luo Tianwu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked again, "What if he is up against you?" The gray-robed old servant had a proud expression and said, "I am a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. How can the power of a mortal be a match for me?" However, after pausing for a while, the gray-robed old servant changed the topic. "Given this kid's temperament and ability, there is a high chance that he can assassinate the king of Yen. As for whether he can escape from the capital of Yen alive, ha." The gray-robed old servant smiled without saying a word. "I am not concerned about whether he can escape from the capital of Yen. As long as the king of Yen is dead, the country of Yen will be leaderless and there will be chaos. It will be a good opportunity for us to take over the city and take the chance to claim the throne." Luo Tianwu smiled slightly. Everything was under his control. Chapter 27. Most of the literati liked swords. Even if they did not know martial arts, they would also wear a sword to appear noble and elegant. Sabers had always been worn by warriors on the battlefield and ruffians in the pugilistic world. It was poles apart from the aura of a scholar. In the Sky Treasure Pavilion, Su Zimo did not choose a sword when he was choosing a close combat weapon. Instead, he subconsciously chose a saber. Even he did not think of the reason. It was only until the moment when he left the city lord's residence that Su Zimo understood. It was because he was not a scholar in his bones. He was the son of the Duke of Wooding who intimidated the feudal lords. He should have been galloping on the battlefield, killing countless enemies, staining his long robe with blood and advancing courageously. Initially, Su Zimo did not understand why he did not feel timid, nervous, or fearful when the sharp saber in his hand pierced Zhou Dingyun's neck that night. Instead, he felt excited and eager to give it a try. It was only until now that Su Zimo understood. This kind of decisiveness to kill came from the bloodline of his closest kin. Even after more than 10 years of hard work, it could not be erased. Luo Tianwu's words were like sharp thorns that pierced Su Zimo's chest. The pain was unbearable. Big brother was seriously injured. How was he now? Was his life in danger? The Su family suffered such a heavy blow. Was Xiaoning frightened? Just when Su Zimo passed by the inn that he stayed at previously, he accidentally saw the unique mark left behind by the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Could it be that the two pseudo-spirit weapons have been refined? Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before he walked towards the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He walked to the end of the alley. With the Sky Treasure gold badge on him, the wall in front of him sensed his presence and suddenly became transparent like water. Su Zimo walked through it. When he arrived at the main hall of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, Su Zimo did not stop and went straight upstairs. There were many Qi refinement warriors in the main hall. They turned their heads and looked at Su Zimo with a trace of scrutiny and passion. The atmosphere in the main hall was a little strange. In the cultivation world, there was a set of detection skills. All the Qi refinement warriors present could see that there was no spirit energy fluctuation in Su Zimo's body, but he could go up to the second floor of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. There was only one explanation. Su Zimo had the Sky Treasure Medallion. With the Sky Treasure Bronze Medallion, one could get a 10% discount when shopping in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. This was enough to tempt everyone. The first time he came to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Su Zimo was accompanied by Yao Xue, a Foundation establishment cultivator, so no one dared to do anything to him. But now, Su Zimo, who carried the Sky Treasure badge, was like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold bar in his arms. For a mortal to possess the Sky Treasure badge, his background was definitely not ordinary. Although most of the Qi refinement warriors were tempted, they were afraid that they would be killed. Thus, they dismissed the idea of seizing the Sky Treasure badge. However, not everyone was like that. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. In the face of such a huge temptation, there would always be people who would take the risk. In the corner of the hall, a cold gaze followed Su Zimo's back view the entire time. It was only until Su Zimo disappeared at the end of the stairs that it retracted its gaze. Su Zimo had something on his mind and did not notice the fleeting murderous intent in the hall. He ascended to the second floor. The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion was sitting there. When he saw Su Zimo enter, he stood up hurriedly and said with a smile, "Young Master Su, you are finally here. The 2 pseudo-spirit weapons have been refined. Take a look." The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion slapped his storage bag. A long saber, a bow, and 20 sharp arrows floated in front of Su Zimo. The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion said, "The cold moon saber is about 3 feet long. The blade is silver white and the back is thick and sharp. It is suitable for slashing and killing. The main material is the cold moon stone." According to young Master Su's request, more than 10 hard materials such as 7-star sand, golden light rock and so on were added. Although there are no spirit patterns, it can withstand the impact of middle-grade spirit weapons without breaking. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and reached out for the long saber that was floating in midair. Right then, a trace of mockery flashed in the eyes of the pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He was waiting to see Su Zimo make a fool out of himself. Su Zimo had requested for the 2 pseudo-spirit weapons to be as heavy as possible. However, the cold moon saber in front of him weighed 500 kilograms. With his cultivation of level 9 weapon refinement, he could barely wield it with his spirit energy. It was impossible for him to use it to kill his enemy. The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion believed that the moment Su Zimo took the cold moon saber, he would definitely smash his foot. However, the next moment, the pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion was dumbfounded. Su Zimo took the cold moon saber easily and even waved it in the air. He nodded and said, "This saber is not bad. It's just that it's a little light." The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion was speechless. What kind of monster is this person? He has no spirit energy and can use his physical strength to lift something that weighs 500 kilograms? The most infuriating thing is that he thinks it's too light. The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion rolled his eyes. "This is the sanguine crystal bow. It's all yours." The pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion was not in the mood and could not be bothered to introduce it. The sanguine crystal bow was red in color and shone with a crystal luster. It seemed that there was fresh blood flowing in it. It was very strange and its weight was similar to that of the cold moon saber. Su Zimo slung the sanguine crystal bow on his body and tied the quiver on his back. He placed all 20 arrows in the quiver and the cold moon saber at his waist. Right, young Master Su's employment has been settled. However, there are some discrepancies with your request, the pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion said. Oh. This person is called Song Chi. He is a level 7 Chi refinement warrior. According to him, if young Master Su is willing to pay some spirit stones in advance, he can break through to level 8 Chi condensation warrior in a short time. Of course, if young Master Su does not agree, I can reject him. He did not know how long it would take for a level 8 Chi refinement warrior to accept the mission. Su Hong was seriously injured and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Su Zimo planned to rush back to Pingyang town immediately. There was no time. Ask him to come over. I want to meet him, Su Zimo said in a low voice. After a while, the pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion brought a Chi refinement warrior over. He was in his 40s. He looked ordinary and had a calm expression. This is young Master Su. You can discuss with him, the pavilion master of the Sky Treasure Pavilion said and stepped aside. When Song Chi saw Su Zimo, he did not belittle him or flatter him. He only cupped his fists slightly and said, "Greetings, young Master Su." Su Zimo asked, "Are you in a hurry to use the spirit stones?" "Yes. If I have enough spirit stones, I can break through to level 8 Chi condensation." Song Chi nodded. "How long do you need?" "This is hard to say. No one can give an exact time limit for breaking through the realm." Song Chi was very honest. Su Zimo had a good first impression of this person. He pondered for a while and asked again, "Since you lack spirit stones, why don't you join a sect?" "I have pseudo-spirit roots. No major sect is willing to take me in. Even if they want me, I will only be a servant." Song Chi laughed bitterly. Pseudo-spirit roots were the worst type of spirit roots. They had all 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The spirit energy they absorbed was not pure enough and the cultivation speed was extremely slow. Spirit roots with a single element were similar to metal, wood, fire and so on. They were also the legendary celestial spirit roots. The spirit energy they absorbed was pure and refined. The cultivation speed was the fastest. As long as there were no accidents along the way, they would definitely become Jin Dan. Su Zimo could imagine that Song Chi must have suffered a lot to be able to cultivate to level 7 Chi condensation in his 40s with a pseudo-spirit root. "Let's go. Follow me back to Pingyang town. I will give you 1,000 spirit stones in advance," Su Zimo said. "Ah!" Song Chi exclaimed. He could not hide the joy in his eyes. Song Chi did not expect Su Zimo to agree. After all, he was not a level 8 Chi refinement warrior. It was too much to ask his employer to give him the spirit stones in advance. He did not expect Su Zimo to pay him 1,000 spirit stones directly. "Thank you, young Master Su. I will do my best to protect the Su family." Song Chi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 28. After walking out of Sky Treasure Pavilion, Song Chi took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He tapped it lightly with his fingertips and injected spirit energy into it. The flying sword floated in front of the two of them. Song Chi could tell that Su Zimo was a mortal without any spirit energy. Since he was carrying a bow and a saber, he must know some martial arts. It would not be a problem for him to leap onto the flying sword. Song Chi said, "Young Master Su, don't be afraid when you step on this flying sword. I can protect you from falling. We will reach Pingyang town very soon." Su Zimo glanced at Song Chi's flying sword. He shook his head and said, "Let's go like this. We'll talk after we get out of the city." There were no spirit patterns on Song Chi's flying sword. It was also a pseudo-spirit weapon. Su Zimo's sanguine crystal bow and cold moon saber weighed a total of 1,000 kilograms. Given Song Chi's level 7 Chi condensation realm, he would not be able to carry them. Su Zimo did not expose him. The two of them walked out of the city quickly. There were fewer pedestrians outside the city. Su Zimo was about to use the plow Heaven Stride to speed towards Pingyang town when his heart skipped a beat. Oh! Someone is following us. Su Zimo did not turn back to look. This was a mysterious feeling. Su Zimo maintained his composure. He maintained a normal speed and walked in the direction of Pingyang town. Song Chi frowned but did not say anything. Not long after, the two of them heard the sound of clothes fluttering in the air. The person was coming at an extremely fast speed. Cultivator. Song Chi was shocked. He placed his palm on his storage bag and looked back. Not far away, a cultivator in a black Taoist robe was riding on a flying sword. He was speeding towards them. There was a murderous look in his eyes. It was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. Level 8 Chi condensation. Song Chi exclaimed softly. He hurriedly pulled Su Zimo to the side, praying that this person was just passing by coincidentally. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed Chi refinement warrior came in front of the two of them. He leaped down from the flying sword and smiled coldly at Song Chi. Fellow Taoist, you better give way and mind your own business. I have a feud with this person. Song Chi glanced at Su Zimo and found that the latter was expressionless. He didn't know if he was scared out of his wits or something else, but he didn't know what fear was. Song Chi cupped his fists and said, Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. My friend is only a mortal. What enmity could he have with you? Buzz. The black-robed Chi refinement warrior tapped the flying sword lightly with his fingertips. A beam of spirit light shone on the sword and the sword aura flourished. Low-grade spirit weapon. Song Chi's palms were sweating. His opponent's cultivation was one level higher than his, and he also had a low-grade spirit weapon. Once they started fighting, he had no chance of winning. Fellow Taoist, if you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. The black-robed Chi refinement warrior said coldly. Young Master Su, run. Song Chi quickly whispered into Su Zimo's ear. He slapped his storage bag and a flying sword appeared in his hand. Quick! Song Chi controlled his flying sword to gain the initiative by striking first, intending to seize the initiative. The flying sword transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the black-robed Chi refinement warrior. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. It's just a pseudo-spirit weapon. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The black-robed Chi refinement warrior snorted coldly. He did not panic and pointed his finger forward. The flying sword in his hand had already shot out and collided heavily with Song Chi's flying sword. The two swords collided and sparks flew in all directions. Song Chi's flying sword was obviously not strong enough and was almost sent flying. The Chi refinement warrior's physical body was weak and it was extremely dangerous to fight. If he was not careful and was pierced by the other party's spirit weapon, he would definitely have no chance of survival. In just a few rounds, Song Chi was completely at a disadvantage and could only defend passively. Fortunately, Song Chi's expression was calm and composed. He used all his strength to deal with the other party. The flying sword danced and circled around him, forming a watertight defense. Su Zimo watched the entire process and nodded secretly. Under such circumstances, Song Chi could totally leave on his own. After all, he had already obtained 1,000 pieces of inferior-grade spirit stones. There was no need for him to put himself in danger for a mortal. But now, Song Chi knew that he was no match for the other party, but he did not leave on his own. This proved that he kept his promise. The Su family had asked him to protect them. Su Zimo could rest assured. Song Chi and the black-robed Chi refinement warrior were still fighting. The battle was getting more and more intense. After all, the two of them were one level apart in terms of cultivation level, and the grade of their spirit weapons were one level apart. Not long after, Song-Chi gradually showed signs of defeat. The flying sword was not as smooth as before. Obviously, he had depleted a lot of spirit chi and his physical strength was not enough. At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" The black-robed chi refinement warrior felt that he had the situation under control. He cast a sideways glance at Su Zimo and said sinisterly, "Today, I'll let you know the reason for your death. A mortal actually has the Sky Treasure Badge. This is the reason for your death." In a hurry, Song-Chi turned back to take a look and realized that Su Zimo was still standing at the same spot. He could not help but feel anxious and shouted loudly, "Why are you still not leaving?" Swoosh! Song-Chi was slightly distracted and the other party's flying sword took advantage of the situation. It pierced toward him head-on with a chilling aura. At this moment, it was already too late to change the direction of the flying sword. In a panic, Song-Chi did not care about his dignity and hurriedly rolled on the ground. He managed to escape the calamity, but his body was covered in dust and he looked extremely disheveled. Su Zimo smiled and did not respond. There was a surge of helplessness in Song-Chi's heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not this person's match. Young Master Su, leave quickly before it's too late." "No one can leave today." The black-robed chi refinement warrior shouted loudly. The speed of the flying sword's attack increased and constantly attacked Song-Chi's defense. The sound of metal colliding could be heard one after another. At this moment, the two people who were fighting heard a long sigh. "Yes, today, you can't leave," be it Song-Chi or the black-robed chi refinement warrior, both of them were somewhat stunned. They had yet to understand what Su Zimo's words meant when the two of them caught a glimpse of a terrifying scene from the corner of their eyes. Su Zimo was a full 40 feet away from the battlefield. However, in just 2 to 3 steps, Su Zimo had already rushed to the front. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. He was like a ferocious beast that would devour humans, exuding a chilling murderous intent all over his body. Not to mention the black-robed chi refinement warrior who was targeted by Su Zimo, even Song-Chi who was by the side felt a sense of trepidation. Oh no! The black-robed chi refinement warrior's heart skipped a beat. As he retreated, he controlled the flying sword, wanting to turn the sword around and kill Su Zimo. However, the black-robed chi refinement warrior's movements were too slow. Moreover, in the eyes of Su Zimo, there were many loopholes. Su Zimo's expression was cold. He pulled out the cold moon saber from his waist and slashed it forward. The bright silver gleam of the saber flashed, piercing one's eyes. Poof! A huge head flew up high. The neck was as smooth as a mirror and fresh blood spurted out. Song-Chi opened his mouth slightly. His mind was in a mess. He stared at this scene in a daze and could not come to his senses for a moment. He was dead. A level 8 chi refinement warrior was killed with one slash just like that. Was it luck? Luck? Carelessness? Good saber. Su Zimo looked at the cold moon saber that was not stained with a single trace of blood. He praised and put the saber back into the scabbard. Song-Chi's throat moved. He could not help but swallow his saliva. What kind of person could be so calm after killing a level 8 chi refinement warrior? In the eyes of Song-Chi, Su Zimo suddenly became mysterious. He was completely different from the frail scholar that he knew previously. Song-Chi could not help but recall the scene that happened just now. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Unknowingly, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He was horrified to discover that just now, if Su Zimo had slashed at him with that slash, he would not have been able to dodge it. Su Zimo removed the storage bag from the black-robed chi refinement warrior's waist. Without even looking, he threw it to Song-Chi and said, "Take it." This, I can't take this." Unknowingly, Song-Chi actually became a little nervous in the face of Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled and said, keep it. Cultivate to level 8 qi condensation as soon as possible. At the sight of Su Zimo's smile, it seemed that the frail scholar was back again. Song Qi's expression softened and he felt less stressed. He no longer declined and kept the storage bag properly. Su Zimo said again, drive the flying sword with all your might and rush to Pingyang town. Song Qi responded. Just as he was about to ask where he was going, he realized that Su Zimo had already disappeared from the spot. His legs were wide open and each step he took covered a distance of 20 feet. He was extremely fast. It was only at this moment that Song Qi realized that this employer of his was not simple. Song Qi hurriedly flew on his sword and chased after Su Zimo. Chapter 29. Su Zimo and Song Qi arrived at Pingyang town one after another. Afraid of attracting attention, Su Zimo asked Song Qi to keep his flying sword and followed him to the Su residence. The door of the Su residence was tightly shut. Su Zimo had excellent hearing and could vaguely hear the intermittent sobbing in the residence. It was very familiar. It was Su Xiaoning. Su Zimo frowned. He took a step forward, exerted strength in his arms and pushed the door open. With a crack, the beam behind the door broke. Who is it? Soon, more than 10 guards in black armor rushed out. Their eyes were red and murderous. These people were stunned when they saw Su Zimo. Second young master. Su Zimo nodded and led Song Qi in the direction of the sobbing. Song Qi's gaze swept over these guards and was secretly shocked. He could naturally feel that these guards had a strong murderous aura. They were trained on the battlefield and were not ordinary martial artists. Outside Su Hong's room, many people from the Su family were either sitting or standing. Everyone looked sorrowful and the surrounding atmosphere was extremely depressing. Second young master is back, Uncle Zheng and the rest stood up and said. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and asked, how is eldest brother? Uncle Zheng looked worried and shook his head. Let's wait for a while. Eldest young master is still in a coma. Su Zimo's gaze swept past everyone in the Su family and he said in a low voice, now that things have come to this, do you still want to hide it? Everyone in the Su family exchanged glances and sighed. My father is Su Mu, the Duke of Wooding in the country of Yen, right? Su Zimo said lightly. Everyone in the Su family's expression changed. Uncle Zheng asked in shock, second young master, you, Luo Tianwu looked for me. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zheng's eyes lit up and he sighed. Luo Tianwu is not a kind person. He is ambitious and has always wanted to take advantage of the chaotic times to become a king. He also looked for eldest young master and wanted to join forces but was rejected by him. The Su family has a feud with the king of Yen, but the eldest young master does not want to implicate the people of the Yen kingdom. Your father spent his entire life in the military. The black armored cavalry under his command was famous all over the world. They galloped at the borders and defended against foreign enemies. They never let the Yen kingdom lose a single inch of land. The general once swore that he would protect the people of the Yen kingdom for the rest of his life, so that the people would have a place to settle down and avoid the suffering of war. Eldest young master inherited his father's will, so naturally, he would not be willing to join forces with Luo Tianwu. At this point, Uncle Zheng no longer intended to hide the truth. He continued, all these years, eldest young master often went out under the cover of selling horses. In fact, he was gathering the old black armor troops outside. He trained them while waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. How many people are there now? 5,000. Where are so many people hiding? How can they hide from the spies of the Yen kingdom and the Qi kingdom? Su Zimo frowned. Uncle Zheng said, they are all hidden in the ghost village near the Yen kingdom. That village had been massacred by wolves a few decades ago. Not a single chicken or dog was spared. The surrounding area was desolate and no one dared to stay there. It became the best place to hide. Su Zimo thought for a while and asked again. Uncle Zheng previously hinted that the enemies of the Su family are Qi refinement warriors. What do you mean by that? More than 10 years ago, there were many Qi refinement warriors in the capital of the Yan kingdom. They guarded the king of Yan's side. The plan to assassinate the king of Yan could only be postponed. Eldest young master waited bitterly for an opportunity.
Finally, a month ago, the spies in the capital sent news that the king of Yan was going to the southern suburbs to hunt. The black armored cavalry can only unleash their greatest power in a vast area. If the Qi refinement warriors are not careful, they will also lose their lives. Su Zimo nodded. The physical bodies of the Qi refinement warriors were very weak. They were not much different from ordinary people. Once the two armies charged and fought, arrows would rain down. It was very difficult for the strength of a few Qi refinement warriors to influence the outcome. They might even lose their lives. Uncle Zheng shook his head and sighed. It is a pity that this assassination failed. There are not only a few Qi refinement warriors by the king of Yan's side. There are dozens of them. The king of Yan has a cultivation sect as his backer. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the cultivation world, if one wanted to establish a sect, the patriarch would at least have the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm. Uncle Zheng continued, eldest young master was worried that the target would be too big. He only brought 1,000 over black armored cavalry and scattered them into the city. In the end, they were besieged by dozens of Qi refinement warriors in the southern suburbs. They suffered heavy losses. Eldest young master was seriously injured. Out of the 1,000 over black armored cavalry, only a dozen of them managed to escape. Song Qi walked forward and said in a low voice, Second young master Su, I have an essence nurturing elixir here. It is very common in the cultivation world. It has the effect of consolidating one's foundation. Eldest young master should be able to use it. Thank you. Su Zimo nodded. Uncle Zheng said sadly, physical illness is easy to treat, but mental illness is difficult to treat. The failure this time has dealt a huge blow to eldest young master. Oh. Su Zimo frowned and said, eldest young master has a strong will. How can he be defeated because of one setback? Uncle Zheng smiled forlornly and sighed. This is because eldest young master knows that if the king of Yan has the support of a cultivation sect, the Su family will never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. There is nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. This is, probably the case. Eldest young master is awake. At this moment, Lu Yu walked out of the room and said with a grave expression. He had just walked to the door when a strong and pungent smell of medicine wafted over. Su Zimo turned and looked at the head of the bed. His elder brother, Su Hong, was lying quietly on the bed. His injuries were extremely serious and his life force was getting weaker. Brother! Su Xiaoning, who was guarding by Su Hong's bedside, cried out loud. She pounced into Su Zimo's arms and bawled loudly. Eldest young master is seriously injured. Brother, can you think of a way? Su Zimo patted Su Xiaoning's back gently and comforted her softly.
He helped Su Xiaoning to the side and came to Su Hong's side. Su Hong's hair was white and he had just turned 30 years old. However, he already looked old. His face was sallow and his lips were chapped. His eyes were listless as he stared at the ceiling, as if he had lost his soul. His hair turned white overnight. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. When he saw his elder brother in such a state, Su Zimo's heart ached. His nose turned sour and tears welled up in his eyes. The Su family was burdened with a blood feud, but his elder brother had chosen to shoulder it alone. For the past 16 years, this person had carefully protected his younger siblings, afraid that they would be wronged or hurt. He kept his mouth shut, afraid that they would be implicated. For the past 16 years, this person had to shoulder the burden of hatred alone. What kind of life had he led? In the past 16 years, had this person ever had a good night's sleep? For the past 16 years, this person had been living in hatred all the time. How much pain and torture had that been for him? Eldest young master, Su Zimo's lips trembled as he shouted. There had never been a moment when that word came out of Su Zimo's mouth as heavy as it was now. Su Hong turned his head slowly. His dazed gaze lingered on Su Zimo's face for a long time before he gradually regained some energy. His stiff lips moved and he squeezed out a smile, saying softly, "Zimo, you're back." Su Zimo knelt on the ground and went forward to hold Su Hong's cold palm. He pursed his lips tightly, trying his best to hold back the tears in his eyes. "Zimo, I can't do it anymore," Su Hong sighed softly. When he heard that, Su Zimo could no longer hold it in. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks and stained his clothes. For the past 18 years, this was the first time Su Zimo had cried. Su Hong wanted to raise his arm to wipe away the tears on Su Zimo's face. However, his arm was lifted halfway and he had no strength left. "Don't cry, don't cry. The men of the Su family only bleed and not cry." Su Zimo pulled up his sleeves and wiped away his tears hastily, nodding his head. "Zimo, after I die, bring Xiaoning and the Su family away from here." "The further the better," Su Hong said. Su Zimo lowered his head and remained silent. He clenched his fists and his fingernails dug deep into his flesh, causing a trace of blood to flow out. After a while, Su Zimo raised his head and said with a calm expression, "Elder brother, recuperate well. Don't think too much." There was something else that Su Zimo did not say. "I'll take revenge for the Su family." Chapter 30. Su Zimo walked out of the room. Uncle Zheng sensed that something was amiss with Su Zimo's expression. He quickly chased after him and said in a low voice, "Second young master, don't be silly and try to assassinate the king of Yan again. At most, the Su family will leave our hometown. The world is so big. There will be a place for us to stay. Uncle Zheng, you worry too much. I have never thought of assassinating the king of Yan." Su Zimo shook his head. His expression did not seem to be fake. Uncle Zheng nodded, seemingly believing him. He said, "We plan to move to the ghost village to hide for a while. After all, there are 5,000 black armored cavalry there. It will be safer there. Second young master, you can come along too. I still have something on. I will go to the ghost village to look for you after a while." Su Zimo changed the topic. He pointed to Song Qi and said, "This is Mr. Song Qi. He is here to protect the Su family. Uncle Zheng can discuss anything with him." Uncle Zheng did not think much. He thought that Song Qi was just a friend of Su Zimo's. Su Zimo turned and left. He had just reached the entrance of the Su residence when Song Qi chased after him. "Young Master Su, are you really going to the capital of the Yan kingdom?" Song Qi could vaguely sense the murderous intent in Su Zimo's heart. That was why he asked. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. He did not say a word. Song Qi chased after him again and said in a low voice, "Young Master Su, I know that you have the ability to kill Qi refinement warriors. You are very strong in close combat. However, that is only a one-on-one fight. You will not be able to get close to the Qi refinement warriors when surrounded by the vast army. You will not stand a chance. Even if you can kill the king of Yan, can you escape from the heavily guarded capital of the Yan kingdom? The capital's army, the elite imperial army, the siege crossbows and other lethal weapons. Coupled with the attacks of the Qi refinement warriors, even a perfected Qi refinement warrior would not survive if he were to assassinate the king of a country, let alone you." "Enough." Su Zimo turned around suddenly. His face was gloomy. Song Qi was taken aback. Su Zimo said expressionlessly, "Your mission is to protect the Su family. Don't bother about me." "But, Song Qi was about to persuade him again when Su Zimo waved his hand and interrupted him, saying, "I'll leave Big Brother to you. I hope you can nurse his body back to health. As for Big Brother's mental illness, I will help him treat it." With that, Su Zimo executed the plow heaven stride and sprinted. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Song Qi's eyes. There was only one medicine that could cure Su Heng's mental illness, and that was the King of Yan's brain. Running on the streets of Pingyang town, Su Zimo's expression was cold. He could only feel a raging fire burning in his heart, growing stronger and stronger. This flame could only be extinguished by the blood of his enemy. Not long after, Su Zimo returned home. He pushed open the door and went straight to the cultivation field. In the cultivation field, Dai Yu was still sitting on the green rock. She looked indifferently at Su Zimo. They had not seen each other for a year, but Dai Yu's body had not changed at all. It was as if time could not bear to leave a single mark on her beautiful face. Initially, Su Zimo had thought of many scenarios for their meeting, but this was not the only one. "I'm leaving." Su Zimo lowered his head, not daring to look at Dai Yu as he said softly. "Oh." Dai Yu raised her brows slightly. "After leaving this time, I might not be able to return." "Are you going to court death?" "You can say so." If he wanted to enter the capital and kill the king of a country, Su Zimo would not be facing a person, but an entire country, many Qi refinement warriors and a cultivation sect. A cultivation sect with foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo did not intend to return alive from this trip to the capital of the country of Yan. This farewell might be the final farewell between the two of them. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo, a gentle look flashing across her eyes. She asked, "You know that you are going to court death, but you still want to go?" Su Zimo remained silent. Dai Yu continued, "Actually, you have a better choice. You can choose to endure and continue cultivating until you are strong enough." Suddenly, images flashed before Su Zimo's eyes. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to 16 years ago. He saw his parents dying tragically under the saber. He saw the Su family being slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. He saw his elder brother protecting him and Xiaoning as they escaped from the capital in a frenzy. His face was slashed by someone and he did not even realize that his face was covered in blood. In the end, Su Zimo's gaze was fixed on his elder brother's head of white hair, yellow cheeks, and empty eyes. "What is the purpose of my cultivation?" Su Zimo suddenly asked. He seemed to be asking Dai Yu, but at the same time, he seemed to be muttering to himself. "I'm not cultivating to endure. If I want to endure, what's wrong with me kneeling down when I bullied perfected Sung Lang a year ago? If I want to endure, what's wrong with me begging for mercy when Zhou Dingyun comes to kill me?" The next moment, Su Zimo raised his head abruptly and felt a surge of hot blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Since my heart is not at peace, I'll get rid of it. I don't care if he's the emperor of a country or a cultivation sect. If he wants to kill, I'll kill to my heart's content. It's better to live a grand life than to endure for the rest of my life. I, Su Zimo, cultivate to have a clear mind and settle grudges as I please." "All right." Dai Yu nodded. In the 1.5 years of cultivation, Dai Yu had never praised him. This was the first time Su Zimo heard that word from Dai Yu. "Remember what you said today. This concerns your future life and achievements," Dai Yu added. However, Su Zimo could not understand. A demonic glint flashed across Dai Yu's eyes. Immediately after, a few lines of sutras appeared in Su Zimo's mind. This is the Sutra of the Bones Strengthening section. It was taken from the Divine Chariot Demon King. Divine chariots have a strong nature and have the ability to gallop. They are extremely tough and have an extremely strong impulse and explosive force when galloping. I'll teach you 3 more moves. Divine Chariot Dismemberment, Divine Chariot Trampling and Divine Chariot Fleeting. Try to figure it out along the way. If you can comprehend it, you might be able to fight against a level 10 perfected Qi refinement warrior. Dai Yu leaped down from the green rock and began to practice the moves. Su Zimo did not blink as he focused. He knew that this could be his only hope to kill the King of Yen and save his life. Very soon, Dai Yu finished practicing the 3 moves. She looked at Su Zimo and said, "Go ahead. Let me remind you. Demonic cultivators can easily kill opponents of a higher level. Although your current strength is far inferior to a Foundation Establishment cultivator, if you can get close to him, you will still have the chance to kill him on the spot." Su Zimo nodded. The power that a Foundation Establishment cultivator could unleash when controlling a flying sword was far superior to that of a Qi refinement warrior. They were also more agile and might have other offensive and life-saving means. All of these were enough to kill Su Zimo. However, this did not mean that Foundation Establishment cultivators had no weaknesses. Although their bodies were stronger than Qi refinement warriors, they were still far inferior to Su Zimo. If Su Zimo could find a chance to get close to him, he would be able to kill someone of a higher level. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu and no longer concealed the reluctance in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Goodbye, Miss Dai." Dai Yu turned around and waved with her back facing Su Zimo. Su Zimo took a deep breath and walked out of the cultivation field. He looked in the direction of the capital of the country of Yen and clenched his fists, murmuring softly, "King of Yen, wash your neck. I, Su Zimo, am coming." Chapter 31. He headed north from Pingyang town, crossed Sang Lang mountain range, and entered the territory of the country of Yen. Su Zimo did not ride a horse along the way. Now that he was galloping at full speed, even a ferocious horse could not catch up with him. The weather was turning cold and the beginning of winter was coming. However, Su Zimo's body was steaming hot and white fog was rising from his head. As Su Zimo ran, he began to circulate the Sutra of the Bones strengthening section. His legs alternated at an extremely fast speed and there were many afterimages. In a flash, he had already disappeared from the spot. Divine Steed Fleeting. This was one of the moves in the Bones strengthening section. It was known for its speed. Plow Heaven Stride was a technique to cultivate one's legs. When one took a step forward, one would have an imposing aura. On the other hand, Divine Steed Fleeting was a burst of speed. Using the foundation of the body tempering section and tendons transformation section, one's muscles squirmed and the tendons trembled to continuously beat on the bones to achieve the effect of forging the bones. When one cultivated the bones strengthening section to the initial success stage, once the force was exerted, there would be a crackling sound from the bones. When one cultivated to the phenomenal success stage, there would be the effect of the tendons and bones resonating together. After cultivating the bones strengthening section, one's physical strength would increase significantly. The divine steed could travel 1,000 miles in a day and 800 miles at night. Such powerful physical strength was the best among the demons. To reach the capital of the country of Yen from Pingyang town, even a level 10 perfected Qi refinement warrior would need about 10 days to travel day and night without rest. After Su Zimo mastered the divine steed fleeting, he arrived on the 8th day. Along the way, Su Zimo galloped as fast as the wind. He continuously circulated the breathing and expiration method of the bones strengthening section without stopping for a moment. This was all thanks to the enormous essence sealed in Su Zimo's body by the scarlet flame fruit. It could support Su Zimo's crazy cultivation. Su Zimo carried the sanguine crystal bow and carried the cold moon saber diagonally. He arrived at the capital of the country of Yen, covered in dust. Before he entered the city, Su Zimo felt that the capital was heavily guarded. Dozens of armored guards stood on both sides of the city gate, interrogating and checking the passers-by. Su Zimo's expression was normal as he walked into the capital. One of the guards stopped Su Zimo and sized him up. A look of mockery flashed past his eyes. He laughed softly and said, "A poor scholar, carrying a bow and saber. Bluff. Su Zimo was still dressed in green robes. His skin was fair and his face was delicate. He did not look like someone who practiced martial arts. Carrying a bow and saber, he looked out of place to the guards. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and smiled without saying anything. "Hey, you poor man, take out the saber at your waist and show it to me. Is it sharpened?" Ha! Another royal city guard joined in the fun not far away. Su Zimo had a strange expression on his face as he slowly reached for the cold moon saber at his waist. It was truly not Su Zimo's wish to fight at the entrance of the capital. Once he started a massacre here, he would definitely attract all the guards of the capital. There might even be Qi refinement warriors rushing over. Not to mention whether Su Zimo could kill his way out. Even if he could kill his way into the palace, the king of Yen would have long gone into hiding. Just as Su Zimo's palm landed on the cold moon saber's hilt, the commander of the guards saw this scene and scolded jokingly. "You guys only know how to bully scholars. Scholar, quickly enter the city. Don't bother about them." Su Zimo's expression softened. He nodded at that person and walked into the capital of the country of Yen. Su Zimo found the Sky Treasure Pavilion and went straight to the second floor. He planned to leave the Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal bow here temporarily. These two weapons were too eye-catching. It was almost impossible for Su Zimo to bring them into the palace. With the Sky Treasure Badge, one could leave items for free. When Su Zimo took out the Sky Treasure Badge, the owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion in the capital of the country of Yen exclaimed softly. He smiled and asked, "Young master, can I take a look at this badge?" Su Zimo handed over the Sky Treasure Gold Badge in his hand. The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion took a look and a strange look flashed across his eyes. "Why? Is there a problem?" Su Zimo frowned. The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion shook his head immediately. His smile did not fade as he returned the Sky Treasure Gold Badge and said, "No problem. When do you intend to collect it? If nothing goes wrong, it should be tomorrow." After saying that, Su Zimo turned around and left the Sky Treasure Pavilion. After Su Zimo left, the owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion's smile disappeared and his expression turned grave. "What's wrong, Pavilion Master? Could it be that this person's Sky Treasure Gold Badge is fake? I don't think this person is a Qi refinement warrior. It's indeed suspicious that he has the Sky Treasure Gold Badge," an attendant of the Sky Treasure Pavilion said. "It's not fake. It can't be any more real." The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion shook his head and frowned, deep in his thoughts. Early the next morning, the officials gathered outside the palace, preparing to enter the imperial court to pay their respects to the king of Yen. Su Zimo was among them. After attaining initial success in the tendon's transformation section, Su Zimo could contract and wiggle the muscles on his face. He could change his appearance but he could not change his body shape. After attaining phenomenal success in the tendon's transformation section, he could then completely change his appearance and body shape. After attaining phenomenal success in the bone forging, he could even contract his bones at will. From there, he could change his height and become a completely different person. Last night, Su Zimo knocked out a civil official by the name of Shengguan Luo. He replaced him and came to attend the morning imperial court today. "Brother Shengguan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have grown taller." Someone at the side came over and greeted him. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not say a word. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. Moreover, Su Zimo had changed his appearance but his voice could not be the same as Shengguan Li's. That person said. Seeing that Su Zimo did not reply, he asked for a snub. He turned around embarrassedly and ignored Su Zimo. Dang! 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 The sound of a bell could be heard from the city tower. The civil and military officials tidied their clothes and walked slowly into the palace in 2 rows. In the palace, an old man in his 50s or 60s with a crown on his head and a dragon robe on his body sat in the middle. He was high and mighty. His gaze was like a torch, exuding a kind of majesty that came from being in a high position for a long time. This was the King of Yen. On both sides of the King of Yen sat 4 Qi refinement warriors in Taoist robes. They looked relaxed and seemed to be taking a nap with their eyes closed. The civil and military officials entered the hall and knelt down in unison, shouting, "Greetings to the king." This voice reverberated in the palace. It was very loud and deafening, full of vigor. "Ha, Xiao Qian." Before the officials could finish their greetings, a cold laugh could be heard from the crowd. It sounded extremely ear-piercing in the spacious hall. Xiao Qian, the name of the King of Yen. Who dared to call his name in front of the King of Yen? The officials were shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a person walking out from the middle of them. He was taking off his official robe, revealing a green robe underneath. "Shengguanlu, are you crazy? How dare you offend the king?" A military official reprimanded angrily. However, he discovered that the appearance of the man in the green robe was beginning to change strangely. In the blink of an eye, he had changed into another person. The civil and military officials thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They hurriedly rubbed their eyes and opened them again to take a look. It was not Shengguanlu. The 4 Qi refinement warriors sitting beside the King of Yen frowned. They swept their gazes across Su Zimo. When they discovered that there was no spirit energy fluctuation, they secretly sneered. Changing one's appearance was ultimately just a small trick. Right from the beginning, the King of Yan's expression did not change. His gaze was sharp and fierce as he stared at Su Zimo and asked coldly, "Who are you? Don't you recognize me?" Su Zimo smiled and asked again, "Do you still remember Su Mu?" Pust. All the officials were in an uproar. This name was almost a taboo in the country of Yen. No one dared to mention it in front of the King of Yen. The King of Yen narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at Su Zimo's face. After a long time, the King of Yen raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you are his son." "Yes." Su Zimo was also laughing. He nodded and said, "Su Hong is my elder brother." "Oh." The King of Yen had a mocking look on his face. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you intend to do by coming to my palace?" Su Zimo said lightly, "I am here to kill you." "Ha! Ha!" All the officials roared with laughter. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo, who looked extremely frail and weak, was like an idiot who was spouting nonsense. The King of Yen could not help but laugh out loud. He nodded and said, "Interesting, interesting." Su Zimo had once told Uncle Zheng that he had never thought of assassinating the King of Yen. This was not a lie. To Su Zimo, be it an assassination or an assassination, it was not enough to vent the injustice and anger in his heart. To the King of Yen, it was too easy for him. Su Zimo wanted to kill the King of Yen. However, he wanted to do it openly and in front of all the officials. Su Zimo wanted to let the King of Yen and the world know that the person who killed the King of Yen was the descendant of Su Mu. This was the only way that he could be happy and vent the anger in his chest. The King of Yen shook his head and said with some emotions, "I did not expect that there would be such a huge gap between the 2 sons of Su Mu. Su Hong had endured for 16 years and plotted for many years. He only dared to ambush and assassinate me. How dare you come to my palace brazenly and say that you want to kill me? What right do you have?" The King of Yen sneered and said, "In my eyes, Su Hong is considered someone. You? Ha, you are just an ordinary man who is bold but not smart." "Ordinary man?" Su Zimo smiled. He raised his head and suddenly asked, "Zhao Qian, have you heard of this saying? When an ordinary man is angry, blood will splatter 5 steps away. Within a short distance, everyone will be his enemy." As soon as he finished his words, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. His entire body exuded a chilling murderous intent that almost materialized. The temperature of the entire palace plummeted. Chapter 32. Oh no! The Qi refinement warriors sitting beside the King of Yen jumped to their feet. Their expressions changed drastically. It was extremely dangerous. In an instant, this seemingly frail scholar seemed to have changed into another person. The aura that he exuded made the 4 Qi refinement warriors tremble with fear. The Qi refinement warriors were already in such a state. The rest of the people in the main hall were even worse. Some of the civil officials were so frightened that they sat on the ground, shitting and urinating. Boom! Su Zimo stomped on the ground, making a deafening sound. A huge crack appeared on the ground that was paved with golden bricks. It was like a dark and gloomy hell below, exuding a sinister and cold aura. The entire palace shook violently. Dust fell. It was as if the sky and earth were going to collapse. The momentum was terrifying. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe that the scene in front of them was caused by humans. Su Zimo had already disappeared from the spot. His figure was like a divine steed, dashing forward. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the King of Yen. Fast, too fast. Su Zimo was standing at least 100 feet away from the King of Yen. However, everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. The King of Yen and Su Zimo were already very close to each other. At this moment, the 4 Qi refinement warriors beside the King of Yen had just taken out their spirit weapons from their storage bags. The reaction of both parties was completely different by a level. It was only until this moment that everyone in the main hall understood the meaning of Su Zimo's words just now. Although he was 100 feet away from the King of Yen, to Su Zimo, it was just a short distance away. Within such a short distance, even if you had the power of the entire country, you would not be able to defeat an ordinary man. What do you want to do? The King of Yen was so frightened that his liver and guts were torn apart. His soul was about to leave his body. His eyes were filled with horror and he instinctively retreated. Su Zimo's expression was cold. He casually knocked away the crown on the King of Yen's head. The latter's hair scattered and he looked extremely disheveled. Su Zimo took a step forward, stretched out his palm, grabbed the King of Yen's hair and lifted him up forcefully. Ah! The King of Yen cried out in pain. His scalp was almost pulled off by Su Zimo. His forehead was covered in sweat and his limbs were cold. Mortal, how dare you? Let the King of Yen go quickly. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Of the 4 Qi refinement warriors, 2 were controlling flying swords, 1 was controlling a long saber, and the last one was controlling a sharp-edged roulette. Out of the 4 spirit weapons, only the roulette had spirit patterns on it and was an inferior-grade spirit weapon. The other 3 were pseudo-spirit weapons and floated in midair, aiming at Su Zimo's vitals, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The King of Yen could even feel the coldness of the blade. In an instant, the hair on his body stood on end. My name is Su Zimo. Remember. Su Zimo's voice sounded. There were no emotional fluctuations. However, it made the King of Yen panic. Su Zimo, do you know that the Imperial Guards and the guards in the capital have a total of 100,000 people? In addition to the cultivation sect behind me, you will not be able to escape even if you have wings. After all, the King of Yen was the king of a country. When his life was hanging by a thread, he tried his best to calm his mind and suppressed his fear. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't I make a deal with you, hee." Su Zimo laughed. Upon hearing this laughter, the King of Yen's heart gradually sank to the bottom. He realized that Su Zimo was determined to kill him. Swoosh! At this moment, the King of Yen heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air. It was extremely fast. A Qi refinement warrior has struck. The king of Yen was overjoyed. As long as the Qi refinement warrior could kill Su Zimo with a sword, he would still have a chance of survival. The Qi refinement warrior who struck was standing behind Su Zimo. The distance between the two of them was too close. It was less than 10 feet. This flying sword pierced through Su Zimo's blind spot. It was like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it was at the back of Su Zimo's head. The eyes of the other 3 Qi refinement warriors lit up. Seeing that this flying sword was about to pierce into the back of Su Zimo's head, Su Zimo did not even turn his head. It was as if he had eyes at the back of his head. Suddenly, he swung his arm to the back of his head. It looked soft and weak as it gently curled around the flying sword. Oh! The expression of the Qi refinement warrior who struck changed. He realized that he had actually lost control of the flying sword. When Qi refinement warriors controlled the flying sword, they would use their own spirit energy to wrap around the flying sword. They would control the flying sword as though it was their arm. It could be used for both offense and defense. However, how strong was the power of the bovine-tongued saber? Under the curling motion, the spirit energy on this flying sword was instantly dispersed. Su Zimo threw it with a backhand. Poof! The flying sword pierced through the chest of the Qi refinement warrior, bringing out a stream of blood. Its momentum did not diminish as it ruthlessly pierced into the wall of the main hall. The body of the sword that was stained with blood was trembling incessantly. The entire process seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. From the time the Qi refinement warrior struck to the time when his body was pierced by the sword, it was less than a breath's time. This person's expression was dazed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He lowered his head and looked at his chest that was gurgling with blood. His eyes were unfocused and he fell to the ground with a thud. SS. The remaining 3 Qi refinement warriors gasped in shock. They instinctively took a few steps back, wanting to distance themselves from Su Zimo as much as possible. Just now, if Su Zimo had thrown that sword at any one of them, no one would have been able to dodge it. The speed of that sword had completely exceeded their reaction speed. Quickly go and inform senior brother Lu for backup. Among the 3 of them, one of the Qi refinement warriors looked terrified. He hurriedly ran to the back of the main hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. To the king of Yen, these few breaths of time seemed to be as long as 100 years. They had failed. Even the Qi refinement warriors had failed. The long saber on the king of Yan's neck had not left his neck at all. Su Zimo bowed slightly and whispered in the king of Yan's ear, "Zhao Qian, do you know? The moment I stepped into the palace, you were already a dead man. If I say that I want to kill you, no one can save you even if you are in heaven or earth or Acheron." There was complete silence in the spacious main hall. It was as if everyone was intimidated by one person's aura. They were as silent as cicadas in winter. Su Zimo's voice was not loud. It was very soft, gentle and calm, as if he was having a casual chat with the king of Yen. However, everyone could feel the terrifying murderous intent behind this voice. The king of Yen was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. His teeth were chattering loudly. A gush of heat flowed out from his lower body and the stench of blood filled the air. "Zhao Qian, don't be afraid. It's just a stab. There's no pain." Su Zimo's gaze was icy cold. He said word by word, "I'll send you on your way. Go down and apologize to my parents." Poof! There was a flash of blood. The king of Yan's huge head was chopped off by Su Zimo's saber and held in his hands. Until his death, the king of Yan's eyes were wide open. They were filled with fear. In fact, even if Su Zimo did not stab him, the king of Yen would have been scared to death. He was scared to death while he was still alive. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered on his cheeks. However, Su Zimo was oblivious to it. Ta! 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 Outside the palace, there were sounds of dense footsteps. The imperial guards of the King of Yen had arrived. Su Zimo tied the bloody head of the King of Yen to his waist. He surveyed the surroundings and shook the long saber in his hands. He was filled with a murderous aura as he said in a cold voice, "The King of Yen is already dead. Those who block me will be killed without mercy." Chapter 33. At the moment when Su Zimo chopped off the head of the King of Yen, the civil and military officials in the main hall were in a panic. Some of them rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Some of them fled outside without looking back. Among the fleeing crowd, there was a military official whose face was full of fear, but his eyes flashed with excitement. This person ran to a corner outside the palace. Not far away, an ordinary-looking soldier came over immediately. This person said in a low voice, "Quickly leave the palace and send a pigeon to City Lord Luo. The King of Yen is dead. Our mission has been accomplished." "Roger." That soldier walked out of the palace quickly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. In the main hall, Su Zimo held a long saber in his right hand and the head of the King of Yen hung on his waist. Just as he was about to barge out, there was a sudden scolding from behind him. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the palace?" Su Zimo looked back. The person who spoke and Su Zimo were stunned. The person who spoke had thin cheeks. He was wearing a loose Taoist robe. His left sleeve was empty. He was a one-armed man. This person was the level 8 Chi refinement warrior from the Joyous clan who had one of his arms crippled by Su Zimo in Song Lang mountain range and had a narrow escape from death. "It's you." The one-armed Chi refinement warrior recognized Su Zimo at one glance. The viciousness in his eyes turned into horror instantly. These days, although his injuries had stabilized, he would often be awakened by nightmares every night. The savage in Song Lang mountain range who was more terrifying and brutal than the spirit beasts was like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. Su Zimo laughed. His gaze was sinister as he said faintly, "So it's you. You guys stop him. I'll go and send a message to the sect." The one-armed Chi refinement warrior could sense Su Zimo's murderous intent. He did not have any thoughts of resisting at all. With a shout, he steered his flying sword and fled in the direction where he came from. The one-armed Chi refinement warrior was very clear about Su Zimo's weakness. If he wanted to escape from Su Zimo, he had to use sword kinesis flight. The height in the palace was limited. He was worried that he could not escape from Su Zimo's attack range. Only by escaping to the outside world, where the sky was high and the sea was vast, would he be able to survive. Su Zimo slid his feet and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of a Chi refinement warrior and punched him. Bang! Just as this person's spirit weapon was summoned, Su Zimo's fist exploded his head, and he died on the spot. After comprehending divine steed fleeting time, Su Zimo's instantaneous burst of speed became even faster, making it easier for him to close in on his opponent. Once Su Zimo got close to the Chi refinement warrior, it meant death. Quick! The only level 8 Chi refinement warrior in the main hall controlled the inferior grade spirit weapon and sped towards Su Zimo. There was a dazzling glow on the spirit weapon roulette. The spirit patterns shone brightly, and the spirit artifact's power and speed increased greatly. Su Zimo didn't even look at him as he swung his saber backhandedly. Crack! The long saber broke. The roulette was hit by a shockingly huge force and its speed was greatly reduced. Su Zimo stretched out his palm and placed it lightly on the roulette. With a roll and a shake, the roulette was already in his hands. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo didn't stop in his tracks. He crashed into the arms of another Chi refinement warrior, exerting all his strength and got close to him. Bang! This person was sent flying in an instant. His body suddenly exploded in mid-air and was torn into pieces. Broken limbs flew everywhere and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Within a few breaths, Su Zimo dashed out of the encirclement of a few Qi refinement warriors and charged towards the Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm fled very quickly. As he controlled his flying sword, he lowered his head and wrote furiously. No one knew what he was writing. The moment the Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm escaped from the palace, he threw the thing in his hands into the sky. Su Zimo took a closer look. It was a palm-sized white paper crane in midair. It was very lifelike and there was spirit light shining on it. It flapped its wings a few times and actually flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Su Zimo vaguely guessed that this white paper crane could be a talisman in the cultivation world. It was a means of communication. Even if he knew, Su Zimo could not stop it. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm could not outrun Su Zimo's flying speed. With such a delay, Su Zimo almost caught up with him. This person was greatly alarmed. He frantically circulated his spirit qi and channeled it into the flying sword under his feet. With a flick of the sword, he sped towards the sky. I let you escape by luck the last time. Today, you shall stay behind. Seeing that the Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm was about to soar into the sky, Su Zimo shouted loudly. He casually threw the roulette that just now had snatched upwards. Woo woo. The roulette turned into a stream of light and cut through the void. The wind whistled and gave off a soul-stirring sound. Although one of them was in the sky and the other was on the ground, they were not far apart. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. In a split second, the Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm gritted his teeth. Ignoring the fact that his body was falling, he controlled the flying sword under his feet and wanted to block the roulette that was speeding towards him. Clang! The sword and roulette collided and sparks flew. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm was horrified. The spirit qi attached to his flying sword actually dissipated instantly. The flying sword was hit by the roulette and lost control. It flew back at a faster speed. Poof! The flying sword sank into the lower abdomen of the Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm. That was the Qi refinement warrior's life gate, where the Qi refinement warrior's sea of Qi was located. The Qi refinement warrior's sea of Qi was shattered. This was equivalent to wasting decades of his hard work. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Dust flew everywhere and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm was ghastly pale and blood was foaming at his mouth. Looking at Su Zimo, who was approaching him step by step, endless hatred flashed in his eyes. His face turned hideous and he laughed maniacally. You are finished. I have already informed the sect just now. Not long later, there will be Foundation establishment cultivators rushing over to kill you. You will come down to accompany me soon. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brows and said, in that case, there are no Foundation establishment cultivators in the capital. The Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm was stunned. Thank you for your information. It seems that I, Su Zimo, am not fated to die. The capital of the country of Yen cannot stop me. Su Zimo's expression was cold and indifferent. He took a step forward and stomped on the head of the Qi refinement warrior with a broken arm. He took the storage bag of this person and kept it in his arms before dashing out. If there were Foundation establishment cultivators in the capital, together with other Qi refinement warriors, the capital guards and the imperial army of the king of Yen, it would be very difficult for Su Zimo to leave the capital of the country of Yen alive. This was because there was a huge gap between Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refinement warriors. This was a qualitative leap and the power that they could unleash was extremely strong. It was enough to kill Su Zimo. However, without Foundation establishment cultivators, even if a level 10 perfected Qi refinement warrior were to attack, the threat to Su Zimo would be much smaller. I have to kill my way out as soon as possible. Su Zimo thought to himself. If he were to delay in the capital for too long, when the foundation establishment cultivators of the joyful clan arrived, he would still be caught in a tough battle and would not be able to escape death. The imperial army of the king of Yen formed a huge rectangular formation. They held long spears in their hands and charged forward fearlessly. At one glance, they were densely packed. Kill! 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 Tens of thousands of imperial army soldiers roared in unison. It was deafening. A massive aura engulfed the area, almost drowning Su Zimo. These imperial army soldiers were absolutely loyal to the king of Yen and had strong willpower. Even though Su Zimo had the powerful ability to kill Qi refinement warriors, they were not fearful and did not retreat. The gazes of every imperial army soldier were as sharp as swords. Their expressions were cold and their murderous intent was intense. Tens of thousands of imperial army soldiers gathered together and unleashed an unshakable and strong willpower that shook one's mind. This was the power of a country. Under the shroud of such a massive aura and terrifying willpower, if it were a Qi refinement warrior, he would have been scared out of his wits and would have given up before the battle. However, Su Zimo's expression did not change. Instead, the glow in his eyes shone even brighter. Su Zimo took a deep breath and circulated the Anaconda Eclipse mantra. His chest puffed up as if he wanted to swallow the sun and the moon. After a slight pause, he suddenly opened his mouth. Ah! Su Zimo let out a long and loud howl. A huge gust of air gushed out from Su Zimo's mouth. This sound was loud and sonorous. It could penetrate metal and split rocks. In an instant, it drowned out the shouts of the tens of thousands of Imperial Army soldiers. Many Imperial Army soldiers revealed painful expressions. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground and they covered their ears with both hands. In Song Lang Mountain Range, Su Zimo once witnessed with his own eyes that a spirit demon could shatter the body of a weak spirit beast with a loud howl. Although his howl did not have that kind of lethality, it was still very powerful. How could ordinary people withstand it? Boom! Su Zimo took a step forward. The ground trembled, the green bricks exploded and sand and gravel flew everywhere. The king of Yen is already dead. Who dares to stop me? At this moment, it was as if Su Zimo was possessed by an ancient demon. His ferocious aura was oppressive as if he wanted to destroy the world. Almost instantly, he suppressed the aura of the tens of thousands of Imperial Army soldiers. Many Imperial Army soldiers of the King of Yen felt their legs turn to jelly. Their faces were pale and they looked dazed. They actually fell to the ground and the army was in a mess. Just now, the powerful aura that they had gathered was swept away and they were faintly showing signs of defeat. At this moment, Su Zimo laughed loudly. He looked around disdainfully and his aura was overwhelming. The ignorant man that the King of Yen spoke of had the power to suppress a country. Chapter 34. The morale of the imperial army of the King of Yen was greatly reduced. Su Zimo did not even make a move. He merely used the plow heaven stride and charged through the vast army. Within 10 minutes, he had already carved out a bloody path. Bang! 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 Wherever Su Zimo passed by, people and horses would be thrown off their feet. Under the obstruction of tens of thousands of imperial army, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land. No one could stop his footsteps. Su Zimo activated the petrification of flesh and blood. The muscles all over his body tensed up and became as hard as rocks. His defensive power increased tremendously. When the golden spears in the hands of the imperial army pierced Su Zimo's body, they either slid off or broke on the spot. They could not hurt Su Zimo at all. Not long later, Su Zimo had already charged out of the palace. At this moment, Su Zimo's heart was alarmed. While he was running, he suddenly dodged. He lowered his body and crawled on the ground like a huge python. Swoosh! A ray of piercingly cold sword gleam streaked across the top of Su Zimo's head. Chi Refinement Warrior. Su Zimo leaped up and charged diagonally in the direction of the flying sword. Like a wild bull, he sent the imperial army of the capital flying by the side. When the Chi Refinement Warrior hiding in the crowd saw that the flying sword had missed, he did not have time to react. Just as he was about to change the direction of the flying sword, he realized that the imperial army that was blocking him had all collapsed. Su Zimo, who was covered in blood, came close to him. It was already too late for this person to dodge. Bang! Su Zimo sent this person flying with a casual punch. This Chi Refinement Warrior's gaze was unfocused. His chest caved in deeply. His bones were broken and pierced into his lungs. Before his body fell to the ground, he had already stopped breathing. Given the strength that Su Zimo's physical body exploded, even if he did not use any moves, the Chi Refinement Warrior would not be able to withstand a casual punch or kick. At this moment, the capital was in chaos. Chi Refinement Warriors from all over the city were rushing over continuously. During this period, there were dozens of them who attacked Su Zimo alone. Initially, these Chi Refinement Warriors were still hiding among the Imperial Guards, controlling their flying swords to sneak an attack on Su Zimo. However, after Su Zimo killed a few of them consecutively, the remaining Chi Refinement Warriors were frightened. They realized that even if they hid in the crowd, Su Zimo could still find them. The Imperial Army Guards could not stop Su Zimo's footsteps at all. Many Chi Refinement Warriors leaped into the air and besieged Su Zimo in midair. Although this would consume spirit chi faster, Su Zimo would not be able to pose a threat to them. The most serious situation had appeared. Under such circumstances, dozens of Chi Refinement Warriors kept attacking Su Zimo. The attacks of the low-level Chi Refinement Warriors were still manageable. Su Zimo could withstand them by activating the petrification of flesh and blood. However, when a level 9 Chi Refinement Warrior or a perfected Chi Refinement Warrior wielded an inferior-grade spirit weapon, Su Zimo had no choice but to dodge. The most unbearable thing was that Su Zimo could not retaliate. Furthermore, if he were to rely on his spirit perception to dodge the attacks of the Chi Refinement Warriors, Su Zimo's speed would definitely decrease. In addition, the Imperial Army Guards were constantly harassing him. Su Zimo might very well be dragged to his death in the capital. Everyone, don't panic. This lad can't escape. As long as we work together and keep him in the capital, the Foundation Establishment Cultivators of Joyful Clan will be here very soon. In mid-air, a perfected Chi Refinement Warrior raised his voice and said. At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly turned around and smiled at this person. There was a strange look in his eyes. This person's heart skipped a beat. He steered his flying sword and retreated rapidly, trying his best to distance himself from Su Zimo. Almost no one noticed that Su Zimo's direction was not the city gate but an inconspicuous corner in the capital. That was where the Sky Treasure Pavilion was located. Su Zimo broke through the defense of the Imperial Army and crashed into a wall in front of him. Splash! At the moment when Su Zimo crashed into the wall suddenly turned into a shimmering water curtain. Su Zimo's figure disappeared. Many Imperial Army Guards were stunned on the spot. Someone did not believe in heresy and also crashed into the wall. However, his head was bleeding and he fell to the ground. The Chi Refinement Warriors in midair frowned. Of course, they knew that this was the Sky Treasure Pavilion. However, what surprised them was that Su Zimo was not a Chi Refinement Warrior but could enter and leave the Sky Treasure Pavilion freely. This proved that this person must have the Sky Treasure Badge. Senior Brotherly, what should we do? A Chi Refinement Warrior asked in a low voice. The Sky Treasure Pavilion was the largest business in the Great Zhou dynasty. It had an extraordinary status. Killing and fighting were prohibited in the pavilion. There was once a Foundation Establishment cultivator who created trouble in the Sky Treasure Pavilion and was later killed on the spot. There was a rumor in the Great Zhou dynasty that the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty was behind the Sky Treasure Pavilion. No matter how daring these Qi refinement warriors were, they would not dare to go in and capture people. Don't worry. This person can't hide in there forever. He will come out sooner or later. When the elders of the sect rush over and negotiate with the Sky Treasure Pavilion, I don't believe that the Sky Treasure Pavilion will fall out with the Joyful Clan because of a mortal. On the second floor of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion was awakened by a commotion. He blinked his sleepy eyes and asked the attendant beside him, "What happened outside? Why is it so messy?" "I heard that the King of Yen was killed and the murderer is on the run." "You haven't caught him yet?" "No. I heard from the people outside that the murderer is not a Qi refinement warrior. However, he is well versed in martial arts and is invulnerable. He is very strong in close combat. Many Qi refinement warriors have already died in his hands." Could it be him? A figure flashed across the owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion's mind. He frowned and murmured softly. At this moment, there was a commotion in the main hall of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Footsteps could be heard. The person was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the footsteps had already reached the second floor. The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion looked over. He saw a young man covered in blood walking over directly. There was a bloody head hanging on his waist. That appearance was no different from the King of Yen. "I'm here to retrieve the sanguine crystal bow and the cold moon saber," the person said in a low voice. The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion shuddered and woke up instantly. He swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Okay, I'll go get them." Within a few breaths, the owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion brought the sanguine crystal bow and the cold moon saber over. These two pseudo-spirit weapons were really too heavy. The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion had to use spirit qi to control them. He barely managed to bring them over. "Thank you." The person hung the cold moon saber on his waist and tied the quiver on his back. He held the sanguine crystal bow in his hands and turned to leave. The attendant at the side heaved a sigh of relief when the person's back view disappeared. His expression softened slightly. "This person is so scary. I even have a feeling of trepidation in front of him," the attendant at the side said. The attendant at the side said. He paused for a moment before the attendant reacted. He exclaimed, "Could it be that the King of Yen was killed by this person? Who is he? Why did he kill the King of Yen?" The owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion had a grave expression. After pondering for a long time, he took out a white paper crane from his storage bag. Some spirit qi seeped out from his fingertips and he wrote a line of words on it. "The King of Yen is dead. There is no leader and the capital is in chaos. The murderer is not a Qi refinement warrior. He has the third princess's Sky Treasure Gold token. His identity is suspicious." After he finished writing, the owner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion came to the window and gently threw the paper crane in his hands. That paper crane flapped its wings and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Chapter 35. Dozens of Qi refinement warriors gathered in midair. They discussed countermeasures while staring at the entrance of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, Su Zimo walked out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He had a long saber strapped to his waist and a blood-colored bow in his hand. "Su Zimo, you can't escape. If you surrender, your Su family may be spared. Otherwise, humph, your Su family will be exterminated." A perfected Qi refinement warrior said sinisterly. Someone had already explained to the Qi refinement warriors of the Joyful Clan about Su Zimo's background. "You want to exterminate the Su family?" Su Zimo sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly took out 3 sharp arrows from the quiver and said coldly, "I'll exterminate you first." He bent the bow and knocked the arrows. The sanguine crystal bow weighed 1,000 kilograms. Coupled with the tendons of the spirit beast python, the force it unleashed was at least 10,000 kilograms. There were two keys to archery. One was strength and the other was accuracy. The sanguine crystal bow in Su Zimo's hands had sufficient strength. Although his accuracy was not as good, there were dozens of chi refinement warriors gathered in one place. Su Zimo did not need to aim at all. He could just shoot into the crowd. Swoosh! The bow was like a full moon and the arrows were like shooting stars. The three sharp arrows were shot out almost at the same time. There was only the sound of the arrows piercing through the air. Poof! 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 The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh could be heard. Before the three chi refinement warriors could react, they were shot down from midair by Su Zimo. It was too fast. The many chi refinement warriors in midair were totally unprepared. They did not expect that Su Zimo would have a way to deal with them. The remaining chi refinement warriors were aghast. They hurriedly turned their flying swords and fled to the back. They tried their best to distance themselves from Su Zimo. Their eyes were filled with horror and they felt a lingering fear. Even a perfected chi refinement warrior would not be able to dodge the three arrows with the strength and speed. At the sight of this, Su Zimo did not hide the contempt in his eyes. He laughed loudly. "You want to stop me with just the likes of you?" Su Zimo strapped the sanguine crystal bow on his back, pulled out the cold moon saber, and rushed out of the city. With the cold moon saber, Su Zimo was like a tiger that had grown wings. Although there were many imperial guards, none of them could stop Su Zimo's murderous footsteps. As Su Zimo charged through, the imperial guards were utterly defeated, leaving behind rows of corpses and rivers of blood. Although the dozens of chi refinement warriors in midair did not give up and were still following Su Zimo from afar, the spirit weapons that they controlled were no longer a threat to Su Zimo. When a flying sword shot over, Su Zimo no longer dodged. With a wave of his saber, he deflected the flying sword. Chi refinement warriors at level 9 and perfected could still barely control the inferior grade spirit weapon that was sent flying by the cold moon saber. Other chi refinement warriors did not have such control. Although the cold moon saber was a pseudo-spirit weapon, it was infused with too many rare spirit items. Its toughness was not weaker than a middle-grade spirit weapon. Coupled with Su Zimo's strong physical strength, one slash of the saber would directly disperse the spirit chi on the flying sword. If the spirit weapon that was out of control shot into the crowd of imperial guards, it would cause a large number of casualties. Over time, a feeling of fear spread among the imperial guards and the imperial guards in the capital. When some people began to retreat, more people also subconsciously retreated. The imperial guard's initial firm will was finally defeated. Fear was contagious. Dozens of chi refinement warriors hovered in midair. Their expressions were ugly and they were hesitant. In fact, the moment Su Zimo picked up the sanguine crystal bow, he was already in complete control of the situation. Many chi refinement warriors wanted to avoid Su Zimo's sharp arrows. They had to try their best to distance themselves from him. This was because the power of the sharp arrows would inevitably weaken when they were far away. The deviation in accuracy would be infinitely magnified and many chi refinement warriors would have more time to react. However, at the same time, if they were to distance themselves, it would also mean that they would consume more spirit chi to control the flying swords. They would not be able to sustain it for long. As long as they were slightly closer, Su Zimo would turn around and shoot an arrow. A chi refinement warrior would die. One had to know that the 20 sharp arrows in Su Zimo's quiver were also made from the leftover spirit materials used to forge the sanguine crystal bow. They were almost no different from pseudo-spirit weapons. Once one was shot, regardless of whether it was a vital point, the power contained in the sharp arrows would suddenly explode and cause devastating damage to the physical body of the chi refinement warrior. If one was shot in the arm would be crippled. If one was shot in the thigh would be broken. If one was shot in the body would explode on the spot after the sharp arrows penetrated the body. Seeing that Su Zimo had charged out of the capital, many Qi refinement warriors felt a deep sense of helplessness in their hearts. They were in a dilemma. When they reached the city gate, many guards stationed at the city gate had already closed it. 10 huge monster-like siege crossbows were placed side by side at the gate. The crossbow arrows were thicker and longer than the long spears in the hands of the imperial guards. The tips of the arrows flickered with cold light and were aimed at Su Zimo, ready to be shot. Su Zimo was in high spirits. Seeing that the city gate was right in front of him, he did not care about the siege crossbows. Wielding the cold moon saber, he charged forward. Release! The guard commander standing beside the siege crossbow lowered his arm and shouted loudly. Swoosh! 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 10 huge crossbow arrows shot out, instantly tearing through the air and emitting a soul-stirring sound. How powerful was the siege crossbow? When the crossbow arrows were shot out, they could even destroy the city walls. But now, the target of the 10 crossbow arrows was a living person of flesh and blood. The siege crossbow was not used to besiege the city but to kill. Such a scene had never happened since ancient times, and it would be difficult to see it again in the future. The speed of the crossbow arrows was extremely fast. Su Zimo maintained the momentum of charging forward. Almost in an instant, the crossbow arrows had already shot in front of Su Zimo. The 10 crossbow arrows gathered together and charged over like a towering stone pillar. The momentum was terrifying. Ha! Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Exhaling, he held the cold moon saber tightly. The bones in his body creaked faintly. His tendons trembled and the sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. The muscles all over his body tightened and his body seemed to have grown by one size. Break! Su Zimo raised his saber and slashed heavily on the 10 crossbow arrows. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, sparks flew. The 10 crossbow arrows were cut into two by the cold moon saber in Su Zimo's hand and fell to the ground. Hiss! When the people in the palace saw this scene, their pupils shrank to the size of needles and they gasped. Even this could not hurt him. How was this the strength of a human? Although Su Zimo blocked the 10 crossbow arrows, he was pushed back half a step by the force. He shook his slightly sore arm and grinned at the guards at the city gate. You're all finished. The guards at the city gate were scared out of their wits. Although the power of the siege crossbow was great, 10 people had to work together to pull the bowstring and 2 to 3 people to put the arrows into the arrow slot. During this period of time, Su Zimo had already closed in on them and did not give them any chance. Poof! 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 Blood flashed repeatedly. No one could block the power of Su Zimo's saber. Be it postnatal experts or perfected Khanate experts, after Su Zimo cultivated the 12 demons of the Great Wilderness, these pugilistic experts were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. They could not withstand a single blow. This was the power of cultivation. After stepping into the path of cultivation, Su Zimo did not need to resort to schemes and plots. He also did not need to endure for 16 years and plot an assassination. Let me tell you openly that if I want to kill you, you will not be able to avoid it. Even a city with tight security and Qi refinement warriors would not be able to stop me. In the blink of an eye, the guards at the city gate were killed by Su Zimo and fled one after another. Seeing that he was about to get out of the city, Su Zimo was filled with a sense of heroism. He could not help but recite, killing 1 in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Leaving after the deed is done, hiding my achievements and fame. Ha 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 ha, the capital of country of Yen is just as so. Su Zimo raised his head and laughed maniacally. Chapter 36. At the foot of the city gate, the guard commander stood alone with a steel saber in his hand. Although his eyes were filled with endless fear and his saber-wielding arm was trembling slightly, he did not take a single step back. When the imperial army guards did not dare to step forward and fled in all directions, he continued to guard the city gate. He did not leave or waver. His name was Guo Yan. Guarding the city gate was his responsibility. As long as he was alive, he could not retreat. "Come on, step over my dead body." Guo Yan's eyes widened as he roared hysterically. He was using this method to vent the fear in his heart. Swoosh! A tragic smell of blood wafted over. Su Zimo had already arrived. When he saw Su Zimo's appearance clearly, Guo Yan opened his mouth slightly. A look of shock flashed through his eyes, followed by endless regret. Previously, in the crowd, Su Zimo was covered in blood. Many drops of blood splattered on his face as well. He looked like a killing god that had walked out of hell. Guo Yan did not recognize Su Zimo. It was only when the two of them faced each other that Guo Yan suddenly recalled that he was the one who let this person into the capital. That delicate-looking green-robed scholar with a bow and saber on his back who was mercilessly mocked by his subordinates. At the same time, Su Zimo recognized this person as well. The cold moon saber had just landed on Guo Yan's head when it suddenly missed. Su Zimo did not stop and brushed past this person. He said softly, "If you let me into the city, I'll spare your life." Guo Yan took a trip around the gates of hell, and his entire body instantly collapsed as he knelt on the ground while gasping heavily for breath, and his entire body was already drenched in sweat. Su Zimo's words echoed in Guo Yan's mind. He could not help but mutter softly, "Even if I didn't let him into the city back then, given his strength, he can't kill his way in? Could this be karma?" Guo Yan could not help but look back. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The thick and sturdy city gate was actually smashed into pieces by Su Zimo. Su Zimo left the city like a ghost, his feet barely touching the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had left the capital of the Yan kingdom far behind. Dozens of Qi refinement warriors from the Joyful clan also dashed out of the capital. They looked at Su Zimo's departing back view but did not choose to give chase. On the one hand, they had been chasing Su Zimo in the sky in the royal city, and their spiritual energy had been almost depleted. On the other hand, these Qi refinement warriors could tell that even if they were in their best condition, they would not be able to match Su Zimo in terms of speed. How did this person train his physical body to such a level? Someone couldn't help but ask. The fear in his eyes had yet to dissipate. Someone at the side said, "Previously, I heard from Patriarch that some of the geniuses from the top major sects who have heaven spirit roots have an extremely fast cultivation speed. In addition, there are sufficient resources in the sect. Before they form their core, they will integrate spirit energy into their body to temper their flesh, meridians, and Qi and body refinement. However, this person is obviously not a Qi refinement warrior. The body of the body refinement warrior that you mentioned is indeed stronger than ours, but it is far from this level. This person's physical body is most likely more terrifying than that of spirit beasts. Don't be discouraged. When the sect elders rush over, we will kill our way over together. Just now, I have asked around. The Su family has been hiding in Pingyang town all these years. Everyone in the Su family are mortals. Even if they escape, they won't be able to run far. Yes, when the time comes, we will kill everyone in the Su family to vent the hatred in our hearts." 7 days after the death of the king of Yan. In Sanglang City, a messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew into the city lord residence. It would take about 7 days to send a messenger pigeon from the capital of the Yan kingdom to Sanglang City. Not long after, there was an order from the city lord residence. Pass down the order to the entire army. Prepare to attack the Yan kingdom. Luo Tianwu was draped in golden armor with a long saber hanging from his waist. He was like the king of a country. He walked out of the city lord residence with majestic steps and looked in the direction of the Yan kingdom. He could not help but laugh. I didn't expect that Su Zimo would really kill the king of Yan. This is the will of heaven. The will of heaven wants me, Luo Tianwu, to be the king. This is the irresistible trend. Who else can stop it? Congratulations, Your Majesty. The gray-robed elder standing behind Luo Tianwu said with a smile, Su Zimo is a little clever, but he still fell for Your Majesty's scheme of killing with a borrowed knife. After killing the king of Yan, he will also die in the capital of the Yan kingdom. Ha ha ha. Luo Tianwu laughed proudly. This is an open scheme. Su Zimo obviously knows that I am making use of him, but he will still take the bait and help me kill the king of Yan. Su Zimo, he is just an ordinary man. He is useless. All the books he has studied for the past 10 years have been in vain. Mister, don't worry. When I am crowned as king, I will definitely make you the grand tutor, Luo Tianwu said in a low voice. The gray-robed elder bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Tianwu waved his arm and said loudly, let's go. Follow me to battle. This is the time to achieve hegemony. Luo Tianwu had been waiting for this day for a long time. The soldiers in the city were sharpening their swords and were already prepared. In less than 15 minutes, 50,000 soldiers and horses were gathered. They were led by the 5 wolf guards of Tsanglang City. The army left the city, went around Tsanglang mountain range and entered the territory of the Yan kingdom. The nearest city was Jianan city of the Yan kingdom. There was a village not far away from Jianan city. It was deserted and was called the Ghost Village. The Su family had moved here more than 10 days ago. There was no one in Pingyang town. These days, Su Hong's health gradually improved under the treatment of Song Qi's elixirs. He had recovered quite a bit. However, as Uncle Zheng had expected, it was easy to treat physical illness but difficult to treat mental illness. Su Hong was bedridden and had no appetite. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Every time he thought of the blood feud of the Su family and the fact that he had no hope of taking revenge in this lifetime, his heart ached unbearably. Uncle Zheng and the rest were also helpless. Seeing that Su Hong's health was improving day by day but his mental state was getting worse, everyone in the Su family sighed. On this day, the guard commander of the Su family, Lu Yu, suddenly rushed into the courtyard with a complicated expression. He was sad and happy at the same time. He said loudly, Mr. Zheng, something big has happened. What's the matter? Uncle Zheng's heart sank. Lu Yu said, Luo Tianwu has brought the 5 wolf guards under him and is leading 50,000 soldiers to attack Jianan city. They are already at the city gates. Uncle Zheng frowned and said doubtfully, Luo Tianwu has been planning this for a long time. Why would he suddenly send his troops? There must be a reason. Otherwise, he would not act so rashly. Mister, you are right. Lu Yu nodded and said, I heard from the spies that Luo Tianwu claimed that the king of Yan is dead and the country of Yan is in chaos. However, the news from the capital has not reached us yet. As long as the city lord of Jianan city is willing to surrender the city, he will be conferred the title of king and minister and be conferred the title of nobility. Uncle Zheng frowned and his expression was grave. He said in a low voice, since Luo Tianwu has already sent his troops, this news is very likely to be true. However, the king of Yan has dozens of qi refinement warriors protecting him. How could he die so easily? Who killed the king of Yan? Suddenly, Uncle Zheng seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, Second young master. Where has second young master been these days? Did anyone see him? Lu Yu shook his head and said, Second young master is indeed very powerful. However, it is not to the extent that he could sneak into the capital and kill the king of Yan under the noses of dozens of qi refinement warriors, right? Uncle Zheng heaved a long sigh and his expression softened. He nodded and said, that's true. Song Qi, who was by the side, hesitated for a moment and could not help but say, I'm afraid that the person who killed the king of Yan is really your second young master. Chapter 37. Upon hearing that, Uncle Zheng and Lu Yu were stunned. The two of them turned their heads and stared at Song Qi for a long time before slowly saying, How is this possible? Forgive me for being blunt. Although the two of you are from the Su family, I'm afraid that you don't know much about your family's second young master. Song Qi said, Second young master Su is not a Qi refinement warrior, but he has the ability to kill Qi refinement warriors. I am a level 8 Qi refinement warrior, but I dare not say that I can win against second young master Su. Using the inferior grade spirit stones that Su Zimo gave him, Song Qi had already broken through to level 8 Qi condensation in the past 10 days. Are you a Qi refinement warrior? Or a level 8 Qi refinement warrior? Second young master has the ability to kill Qi refinement warriors? Even a level 8 Qi refinement warrior does not dare to say that he can win against the second young master. A series of questions popped up, leaving Uncle Zheng and the other man in a daze. For a moment, they couldn't come to their senses. They had always thought that Song Qi was just Su Zimo's good friend in the pugilistic world. They had been interacting with him for the past few days, but they did not know that Song Qi was a Qi refinement warrior. Song Qi continued, I came to the Su family this time because second young master Su asked me to protect everyone. These words gave Uncle Zheng and the other man a fright. Second young master actually had the ability to command a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. Uncle Zheng pondered for a while and realized that Song Qi would definitely not spout nonsense. Suddenly, Uncle Zheng seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly asked, Can second young master escape the capital after killing the king of Yen? Song Qi's eyes dimmed. He smiled bitterly and did not reply. Uncle Zheng's expression was ugly as if he had aged a lot in an instant. He had watched Su Zimo grow up, and his feelings for Su Zimo were more like that of a father looking at his own child. In his heart, although the blood feud of the Su family was important, it was not as important as Su Zimo. Uncle Zheng closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Lu Yu said hatefully, It's all Luo Tianwu's fault. If he didn't tell second young master about what happened 16 years ago, second young master wouldn't have died at all. Uncle Zheng frowned and shook his head. Since the news of the king of Yan's death has not been sent back, the city lord of Jianan City is not a fool. Will he believe Luo Tianwu's words? Luo Tianwu may not be able to take down Jianan City even if he leads 50,000 troops to attack. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with endless fury. He said coldly, that Luo Tianwu is vicious and merciless. He did not choose to attack by force. Instead, he gathered the innocent villagers from dozens of villages near Jianan City and let them take the lead to attack Jianan City. As long as the villagers retreated, Luo Tianwu would give the order to kill them. These villagers were unarmed and had no way to retreat. They could only escape towards Jianan City. What? Uncle Zheng was shocked. This plan could be said to be extremely vicious. More than 10,000 villagers were attacking Jianan City. This was a huge force that could not be ignored. As long as the city lord of Jianan City dared to open the city gates, the villagers would swarm in. Following closely behind would be Luo Tianwu's 50,000-strong army. Jianan City would definitely be conquered. If the city lord of Jianan City refused to open the city gates and chose to be indifferent, the soldiers on the city walls would watch helplessly as the people of the country of Yen were massacred. There would be a huge panic in the city and it would have a great impact on the soldiers' emotions. It was very likely that their relatives were among the villagers at the foot of the city. This great battle had yet to begin, but Luo Tianwu already had victory in his grasp. However, behind the victory, the innocent people of the country of Yen were sacrificed. Although the Su family had been living in Pingyang town all these years, they had always regarded themselves as people from the country of Yen. They were born and raised in the country of Yen. They had an incomparable attachment to their homeland. Uncle Zheng waved his hands and suddenly said softly, You can tell the eldest young master that the king of Yen is dead. However, you must not tell him that Luo Tianwu is driving the people of the country of Yan to attack the city. Given the eldest young master's character, I'm afraid. At this moment, the door of a room not far away suddenly opened. Uncle Zheng and the other two turned back to look. Su Hong held the door frame and stood at the door. His face was still pale and his body was still weak. However, his eyes gradually regained some vigor. "Bring me my armor," Su Hong said softly, but there was no room for doubt in his tone. "Eldest young master, you." Lu Yu's eyes were filled with tears and he choked on his words. The man before him had endured for 16 years for the sake of the Su family's blood feud. When he found out that there was no hope of revenge, he was almost defeated and bedridden, dispirited and listless. However, when he heard that the people of the country of Yan were in trouble, he still stood up without hesitation. Although his body was weak and his injuries had yet to recover, he did not hesitate at all. That was because he was the son of Su Mu, the Duke of Wuding of the country of Yan. He was the descendant of the Su family and the eldest young master of the Su family. "Eldest young master, you are unwell. How can you have the strength to fight? Tell us and the 5,000 black armored cavalry will help you fight this battle." Lu Yu gritted his teeth and said. Uncle Zheng looked anxious and said, "Second young master is most likely dead. Nothing must happen to you, eldest young master. Otherwise, the Su family will have no more descendants." There was a flash of deep sorrow in Su Hong's eyes. He had carefully concealed the feud of the Su family as he did not want to implicate his younger brother. However, he did not expect that he would still end up in such a state. "You don't understand." Su Hong suppressed the sorrow in his heart and shook his head. "If Zimo really killed the king of Yan, all the more I should go and stop Luo Tianwu. This is because if the king of Yan dies and Jianan city falls, Zimo will definitely become a sinner of the country of Yan. He will be cursed for eternity. How can I, Su Hong, bear that?" But Uncle Zheng and Lu Yu wanted to persuade him again, but Su Hong interrupted them. "Father once swore that he would protect the people of the country of Yan for the rest of his life. He would let the people have a place to settle down and avoid the suffering of war. Now that the people of the country of Yan are in trouble, Su Hong will not hide here even if I have to die on the battlefield." Su Hong took a deep breath and his eyes shone with a bright light. He said in a deep voice, "Those who invade the borders of the country of Yan must be killed. Those who kill the people of the country of Yan must be killed." At this moment, Uncle Zheng seemed to see Su Mu's figure in Su Hong. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to more than 20 years ago when he followed Su Mu on the battlefield and advanced courageously. The familiar words, the familiar scene, the same boldness, the same sharpness and fearlessness. Su Hong raised his voice. "Where are the black armored cavalry?" Unknowingly, 5,000 black armored cavalry had already gathered outside. Everyone's eyes were burning like fire and they exuded endless fighting spirit. In an instant, Uncle Zheng's tears streamed down his face. He knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Zheng is willing to follow the general to kill the enemies and protect the country of Yan and our people." All 5,000 black armored cavalry dismounted from their horses and knelt on one knee. Their movements were as orderly as one as they shouted, "We are willing to follow the general to kill the enemies and protect the country of Yan and our people." Su Hong clenched his fists and said loudly, "Prepare the horses. Follow me to battle and restore the glory of the black armored cavalry." When Song Qi saw this scene, he was suddenly filled with endless admiration for the man in front of him. As a level 8 Qi refinement warrior, he could look down on all mortals. But at this moment, Song Qi was impressed by a mortal. He experienced the passion that he had never had before. He experienced the hatred for his country that he had never had before. He experienced the feelings of loving his people and the land under his feet. At this moment, Su Hong's body trembled and he suddenly turned around with his back facing everyone. He stretched out his palm and covered his mouth for a moment. Then, he put down his palm without a trace. His expression was normal. Song Qi could see clearly that the pool of fresh blood in Su Hong's palm was glaring. Although Su Hong's body was weak, he was fine and would not cough up blood. Song Qi was very clear that such a situation would only occur when a person's heart was in extreme pain and had nowhere to vent it. When the news of Su Zimo's death came, although Su Hong did not express anything, he chose to hide such grief deeply. If Song Qi was previously hired by Su Zimo to protect the Su family, Su Zimo would be the one hiring Song Qi. But at this moment, Song Qi wanted to protect this person in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Such a person should not die. Chapter 38. Outside Jianan City. Tens of thousands of villagers swarmed towards Jianan City's gate under the urging of 50,000 soldiers. Jianan City's lord, Chao Wenxing, stood on the city gate tower and looked at the scene coldly. He waved his hand and ordered, "Release the arrows." "Lord, they are the people of the country of Yan." A lieutenant standing behind Chao Wenxing could not bear to see the villagers. He quickly stepped forward to dissuade Chao Wenxing. "Huh?" Chao Wenxing glanced sideways and questioned, "If these lowly commoners rush to the city and break in, Luo Tianwu's army of 50,000 will follow closely behind. Wei Mingcheng, tell me, who can bear this responsibility? If Jianan City falls, both you and I will die. Whoever dares to question my orders will be dealt with according to military law." Chao Wenxing glared fiercely at the lieutenant. The lieutenant called Wei Mingcheng lowered his head. Although he was indignant, he did not dare to say anything. Chao Wenxing looked at the soldiers on the city wall and shouted, "Release the arrows." Some soldiers gritted their teeth, closed their eyes and released the bowstrings. Swoosh! 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 Arrows fell like rain. This rain of arrows was undoubtedly a disaster for the unarmed people of the country of Yan. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of villagers fell. Wails and cries were everywhere. It was a tragic sight. If they advanced, they would die. If they retreated, they would also die. The remaining thousands of villagers knelt at the foot of Jianan City. They kept kowtowing and crying helplessly. It was heartbreaking. The 50,000 soldiers of Tsanglang City stood a few hundred meters away from Jianan City. Luo Tianwu stared coldly at the panicked and helpless people of the country of Yan. There was no pity in his eyes. When the two countries went to war, the first to suffer were these innocent people. "City Lord, please open the door and let us in. My 2 children died on the battlefield. You can't treat us like this." Chao Wenxing's expression was cold and unmoved. A 7 or 8-year-old child was frightened. He broke free from the arms of the woman and ran away instinctively. Before he could run a few steps, Luo Tianwu ordered him to be shot and killed. He fell weakly. "Ah!" The woman screamed and rushed towards Luo Tianwu like a madwoman. Before she could reach him, she was shot by a few arrows. The woman fell to the ground. Her gaze was unfocused. She looked at the sky above her and murmured, "Heaven has pity on us. Who can save us, rumble?" Right at this moment, dust and smoke billowed not far away. The ground shook violently, and the sound of hooves was like thunder. A large group of armored cavalry charged over aggressively. The leader was clad in silver armor and held the cold iron flowing spring spear in his hand. There was a ferocious scar on his face. His eyes were sharp as he shouted, "Luo Tianwu, give me your life." Javelin. Before they were within the shooting range of the 2 armies' arrows, Su Hong, who was on his horse, pointed forward. The 5,000 black armor cavalry behind him moved in unison, as if they had practiced this countless times. They threw the spears in their hands with all their might. Like a swarm of locusts, they covered the sky and earth. 5,000 long spears that flickered with a cold light pierced through the void, emitting a woo-woo sound, which was very intimidating. Almost all of the black armored cavalry were masters at the post-liminary realm. If they used all of their strength to throw the spear, their range would be much greater than that of a bow and arrow, and their power would also be much greater. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's expression changed. In the face of such a dense spear array, he had to avoid the sharpness as well. He hurriedly summoned his flying sword and retreated while protecting Luo Tianwu. The 50,000-strong army of Canglang City was caught off guard. Many of the soldiers fell off their horses and died on the spot. Throughout the entire process, the speed of the black armored cavalry did not decrease at all. By the time the army of Canglang City reacted, the black armored cavalry had already charged to the front. The bows and arrows in the hands of the army of Canglang City immediately became useless. Instead, they became a burden. Change the formation. Su Hong roared. He took the lead and charged at the forefront. Song Qi followed closely behind. The 5,000 black armored cavalry drew out the long sabers at their waists and transformed them into the shape of an awl. Their aura was like a rainbow as they ruthlessly pierced into the army of Canglang City. Bang! The two armies collided and fought at close quarters. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. The 5,000 black armored cavalry tore a huge hole in the 50,000-strong army. At the sight of this scene, the soldiers on the city wall let out a cheer. Wei Mingcheng looked agitated. He pointed at the 5,000 black armored cavalry below the city wall and said in a trembling voice, "It's the black armored cavalry. It's the black armored cavalry of the country of Yan." Upon hearing the words black armored cavalry, the soldiers in Jianan City shuddered. To the soldiers who guarded the borders, the black armored cavalry's reputation was like thunder to their ears. Under the leadership of Lord Wooding, the black armored cavalry had won against many enemies despite being outnumbered. It had always been their pride and the pride of the country of Yan. It was a pity that there was an unforeseen event in the capital 16 years ago. The black armored cavalry had also disappeared. However, this name was deeply buried in the memories of every soldier. Is it General Su? General Su is not dead. He has led the black armored cavalry back. Some soldiers were agitated and sobbed softly. Wei Mingcheng stepped forward and said agitatedly, "Sir, Wei Mingcheng requests for battle. I am willing to lead a troop of soldiers to support the black armored cavalry. We will definitely defeat the enemy." Chao Wenxing looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "You are not allowed to." Wei Mingcheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Chao Wenxing said, "Su Mu is a traitor of the country of Yan. He has died long ago. The person below the city wall is definitely not Su Mu. But they are the black armored cavalry. I will definitely not be mistaken. So what if they are the black armored cavalry? There are only 5,000 of them. How long can they last? By the time Luo Tianwu stabilizes the army, these black armored cavalry will be buried here. The black armored cavalry is invincible. Sir, have you forgotten these words? This is the glory of the black armored cavalry. General Su has been on the battlefield all his life and has never been defeated." Chao Wenxing was impatient. He waved his hands and said, "Wei Mingcheng, as long as we guard Jianan City, it will be a great achievement. Two tigers are fighting outside the city wall. It is the wisest choice to be a bystander. No matter who wins or loses, Jianan City will benefit." But, Chao Wenxing suddenly turned back and stared at Wei Mingcheng with a murderous look. He interrupted, "If you dare to say anything else and disturb the morale of my troops, I will kill you without mercy." Wei Mingcheng stared at Chao Wenxing in a daze. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Within this short period of time, with the help of the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior, Luo Tianwu had already stabilized his footing and formed a confrontation with the black armored cavalry outside Jianan City. "Su Hong, you are crazy." Luo Tianwu said hatefully, "The king of Yan has a feud with your Su family. He was even killed by your younger brother. I, Luo Tianwu, am helping you to take revenge. Yet, you are here to stop me. What is the reason?" Luo Tianwu had thought of many things, but he did not expect Su Hong to rush out at this crucial moment. The most troublesome thing for him was that there was actually a qi refinement warrior besides Su Hong. Su Hong sneered. Luo Tianwu, listen up. The Su family and the King of Yen have a family feud. But your army is pressing on the border of the country of Yen, invading the borders of the country of Yen and killing the people of the country of Yen. This is a national feud. I, Su Hong, can clearly distinguish between family feud and national feud. My father has been in the military all his life and has never let the country of Yen lose even an inch of land. If I, Su Hong, let you have your way, how can I face him? His words were impassioned and powerful. All the soldiers in Jianan City were moved by his words. Wei Mingcheng looked at Chao Wenqing's back view. His gaze was cold and his palm gradually moved towards the long saber at his waist. What are you doing? At this moment, Chao Wenqing suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Mingcheng, who had already grasped the handle of the saber. He said in a cold voice, Wei Mingcheng, how dare you defy your superiors and have the intention to kill me? Dog official, I, Wei Mingcheng, disdain to be associated with you. Today, I will kill you. Wei Mingcheng let out a loud roar, drew his saber and rushed forward. Chao Wenqing snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and directly swept away the long saber that was slashing towards him. With a flip of his hand, he gave Wei Mingcheng's chest a heavy slap. Wei Mingcheng was only at the postnatal realm. How could he be a match for Chao Wenqing, who was at the Khanate realm? Wei Mingcheng fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. He smiled bitterly and said, Chao Wenqing, you can kill me, but can you kill everyone in Jianan City? Look at these soldiers around you. Which one of them is willing to risk their lives for you? You are a coward. Chao Wenqing looked around. From the lowest-ranking soldiers to the deputy general beside him, everyone was looking at him with a trace of anger and resistance. Chao Wenqing was a little flustered. No matter how powerful an inborn expert was, he could not defeat 10,000 people. If these soldiers under his command rebelled, how could he survive? Below the city wall, Luo Tianwu's face was gloomy. He said coldly, Su Hong, you want to go against my 50,000 elite soldiers with just your 5,000 cavalrymen? The difference in strength is 10 to 1. Do you have any chance of winning? At this moment, a heroic voice suddenly sounded from the city wall. It spread to every corner of the battlefield. So what if you count me in? Luo Tianwu, what are your chances of winning? Unknowingly, a man covered in blood stood on the city wall. A head hung at his waist. He carried a bow and a saber on his back. He was like an ancient deity who had descended. Although he looked weathered, his eyes were like torches and could not be stared at. Chapter 39. Upon hearing this voice, Su Hong and the rest shuddered. They paused for a moment before turning around slowly. Second young master. Second young master is back. Second young master is not dead. The crowd cheered. Su Hong pursed his lips tightly, his heart was in turmoil. His body, which was already extremely weak, seemed to be suddenly flooded with an invisible force. He was energized. Unlike Su Hong and the rest, although Song Qi was happy, he was more surprised and shocked. Song Qi knew very well how difficult it was to kill the king of a country in the capital and then fight his way out of the siege. One had to know that there were not only 2 or 3 qi refinement warriors in the capital of the country of Yen. There was an entire cultivation sect. Who could escape from the siege of the imperial guards and qi refinement warriors in the capital? Song Qi knew that even if he advanced to level 10 perfected, it was impossible. Perhaps it was only possible when he became a foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, this was only a possibility. In Song Qi's eyes, Su Zimo became even more mysterious and terrifying. Song Qi turned and looked at Luo Tianwu with a trace of pity in his eyes. He thought to himself, I'm afraid this city lord has not realized what kind of opponent he is facing. At the sight of Su Zimo's return, even with Luo Tianwu's shrewdness, he lost his composure at this moment. He was dumbfounded and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior behind him was even more surprised. He frowned deeply. Preceptor, why is Su Zimo still alive? Didn't you say that he would definitely die? Luo Tianwu asked in a low voice. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. This lad must have good luck and did not bump into any Qi refinement warriors. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from the capital? For some reason, Luo Tianwu felt a sense of trepidation when he looked at Su Zimo, who was on the city wall. Preceptor, if we are really defeated later, you must protect me well. At most, we can return to Tsanglang City and wait for a comeback. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior said in a firm tone, Your Majesty, don't worry. If things are not going well, I will bring you and retreat first. Okay. Luo Tianwu's expression softened and he felt slightly at ease. On the city wall. Su family. Second young master. Hearing the shouts below, Chao Wenqing's heart trembled. Pointing at Su Zimo's back, he looked around and asked in a deep voice, When did this person come? None of the soldiers said a word. On one hand, they didn't want to respond. On the other hand, they really didn't pay attention. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. Chao Wenqing was used to being arrogant and bossy, so when he saw that the soldiers were silent, he couldn't help but curse, what a bunch of trash. You actually allowed outsiders to climb up the wall, what use are you? Right at this moment, Su Zimo slowly spun around and stared at Chao Wenqing with an expressionless face. He stared at Chao Wenqing until Chao Wenqing felt his scalp going numb. Suddenly, he asked, Are you the one who gave the order to kill these common people of Great Yan under the city wall? So what if I am? Chao Wenqing pulled out the big sword from his waist, calmed his mind, and said loudly. Nothing much. Su Zimo smiled and his eyes turned cold. He said, You are the governor of a city, guarding the border of Great Yan Kingdom. Not only did you fail to protect your own people, you even gave the order to kill them. Speaking up to this point, Su Zimo paused for a moment, and a wisp of heart-palpitating cold-killing intent suddenly shot out from his eyes. He shouted loudly, What's the use of having you? Whoosh! Su Zimo jumped. While his body was still in the air, everyone heard a clang. The cold moon saber was unsheathed. Su Zimo held the cold moon saber in his hand and descended from the air. His arm drew a huge arc in the air and chopped down on Chao Wenqing's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. This strike was full of flaws. However, this slash was simply too ferocious. It was so fierce that it made Chao Wenqing's mind tremble. He couldn't fight back and subconsciously raised the big sword in his hand to block above his head. The glaring light of the saber made many soldiers squint their eyes. Crack! The big sword broke. Puff! Blood flashed. Su Zimo put the saber back into the scabbard. Chao Wenqing's eyes were wide open. A weird vertical red line appeared between his eyes, dividing his face into two halves. The next moment, Chao Wenqing's body was split into two and he fell to the ground heavily. Blood gushed out and instantly dyed the stone bricks below the city wall red. Many soldiers were shocked. One strike. Chao Wenqing, who was in the innate realm, was split into two by the man in front of them. Su Zimo came to Wei Mingcheng and helped him up. He asked, Can you still fight? Yes. Wei Mingcheng ignored the pain in his chest and gritted his teeth. He said loudly, Don't worry, young master. I will gather the troops and go out of the city to help the black armored cavalry kill the enemy. No need. Su Zimo waved his hand and shook his head. He said, Don't let there be internal strife in Jianan City because of this and implicate the people in the city. Wei Mingcheng hurriedly said, Young master, what are you talking about? It is our honor to fight side by side with the black armored cavalry. Who would not be willing? We are willing to fight side by side with the black armored cavalry and kill the enemy. The soldiers on the city wall shouted loudly. It was not until now that Su Zimo deeply understood the prestige of the black armored cavalry and the importance of his father in the hearts of these soldiers. If not, his father would not have been so outstanding and caused trouble. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "Open the city gate first and let the people of the Yan dynasty in. Calm them down. If anyone wants to kill the enemy, then go out of the city and fight." Wei Mingcheng hurriedly agreed. He looked at the soldiers around him and waved his hand. He shouted, "Let's go down and open the city gate first." After a pause, Wei Mingcheng looked back at Su Zimo and said, "Once the city gate is opened, the people will swarm in. Young master, you will not be able to squeeze out for the time being. Please wait for a moment." "No need." Su Zimo smiled. He turned and walked to the edge of the city wall and jumped. There was an uproar on the city wall. Jianan City was a city at the border of the country of Yan. Its city wall was sturdy and much higher than other cities. It was a full 100 feet tall. Even if a rock fell, it would be smashed into pieces, let alone a person of flesh and blood. Wei Mingcheng and the rest hurried forward and looked down the city wall. At the same time, the two armies on the battlefield also saw this scene. Many soldiers opened their mouths instinctively and their eyeballs almost fell out. Su Zimo fell at a very fast speed. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Many of the soldiers could clearly feel the ground trembling. Su Hong and the rest felt their hearts tighten. They could not help but break out in cold sweat for Su Zimo. Of course, they knew that Su Zimo was neither a fool nor a lunatic. Since he made such a move, he would definitely be fine. However, such a move had a strong impact on everyone present. Not to mention the postnatal and Khanate experts, even the two Qi refinement warriors from both camps were so frightened that they trembled all over. The muscles on Luo Tianwu's face twitched obviously. His face was pale and he pretended to be calm. The place where Su Zimo fell stirred up a cloud of sand and dust. Not long after, under countless gazes, a figure was faintly discernible amidst the billowing dust. He walked towards them with firm steps and the outline gradually became clearer. Chapter 40. As Su Zimo approached, the sky suddenly darkened. The weather had changed. There was no warning at all. A patch of dark clouds as dark as ink swept over, covering the sky and the sun. It loomed over Luo Tianwu and the 50,000 soldiers behind him, making them feel suffocated and suffocated. The dark clouds changed unpredictably, rolling and surging. In the sky, ferocious demonic beasts appeared. They were lifelike, with their bloody mouths wide open and their faces ferocious. Rumble. There was a shocking sound in the sky. It sounded like thunder, but also like the roaring of demonic beasts. Luo Tianwu, do you still remember what I said to you before I left Sanglang City? Su Zimo came to the front of the two armies and looked at Luo Tianwu who was riding on a tall horse in the distance. He asked slowly. Luo Tianwu's expression did not change. Thousands of thoughts flashed across his mind. He suddenly smiled and said, "Congratulations to second young Master Su for taking revenge. Lord Wooding can rest in peace with such a son. As the city lord, I am also proud to have such a person in Pingyang town. I will return to Tsanglang City now and hold a banquet to celebrate second young Master Su. I hope that the two young masters of the Su family will come along." Luo Tianwu had a premonition that the possibility of taking down Jianan City was very slim. Hence, he made a prompt decision to retreat to Tsanglang City. The king of Yan was dead and the army was leaderless. This was a rare opportunity. However, Luo Tianwu still intended to give up. This was the decision of an ambitious and ruthless person in troubled times. Without this courage, he, Luo Tianwu, would not have reached where he was today. Nurturing a tiger will only invite calamity. All my efforts have been in vain. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed these two brats before they grew up. Luo Tianwu cursed in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish. In Luo Tianwu's opinion, as long as he showed weakness and retreated to Zhanglang City, Su Hong would definitely not pursue him. In fact, as Luo Tianwu expected, Su Hong came this time to protect the people of the country of Yan and guard the borders of the country of Yan. As long as he was willing to retreat, Su Hong would not lead the black armored cavalry to pursue him. Once they engaged in a battle, the black armored cavalry would inevitably suffer losses. Su Hong would try his best to avoid such a situation. However, Luo Tianwu still miscalculated. That was because he was not facing Su Hong but Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his sword-like eyebrows and asked, "What? You want to escape?" Luo Tianwu pretended not to know and asked with a smile, "Second young Master Su, what do you mean? Before I left Zhanglang City, I told you that I don't like to be used by others and told you to behave yourself. Unfortunately, City Lord Luo didn't seem to listen to me." Su Zimo's eyes contained a trace of mockery as he stared at Luo Tianwu and said coldly, "You want to run now? Do you think you can escape?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo stomped his feet on the ground and suddenly charged forward. His legs crossed, and a string of afterimages appeared. In almost the blink of an eye, he charged to the front of the Zhanglang City's army formation. In front of Luo Tianwu stood a group of soldiers. However, Su Zimo simply charged forward and created a bloody path. No one could stop him at all. Ah! Luo Tianwu's expression changed. He subconsciously retreated and shouted, "State Preceptor, save me! Quick!" The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior hurriedly took out his flying sword and shouted softly. There was a flash of light on the flying sword. It was actually an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Swoosh! The flying sword was extremely fast. It turned into a stream of light and went straight for Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo had a mocking expression on his face. He maintained the same speed as he ran forward. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce his glabella, he suddenly lowered his head and dodged the flying sword by a hair's breadth. He continued to run forward. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's pupils suddenly constricted. He did not expect that his flying sword would miss. More than that, he did not expect Su Zimo to be so fast. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior hurriedly controlled the flying sword and wanted to turn the sword around to stab Su Zimo. However, at this moment, Su Zimo leaped and had already arrived in front of the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior. He said lightly, "You are too weak." Crash! Su Zimo flipped his palm and landed it on the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's head. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior fell off the horse and died without making a sound. Su Zimo's figure landed. He tapped the tip of his foot on the fierce horse that the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior was riding. Once again, he made use of the momentum and leaped into the air, pouncing towards Luo Tianwu who was not far away. Luo Tianwu was completely scared out of his wits. He really did not expect that the Qi refinement warrior that he relied on the most and thought highly of would actually be defeated by Su Zimo in one move. It was too fast. Luo Tianwu did not even have the chance to escape. Ah! At this critical juncture of life and death, Luo Tianwu forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. With a loud roar, he drew out the long saber at his waist and used all his strength to slash towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge. This was because there was no need for that. Su Zimo reached out his palm and directly grabbed the long saber that was slashing towards him. His gaze was cold and menacing. With a loud bang, Su Zimo used his bare hands to forcefully break the long saber into two. In an instant, Luo Tianwu was completely disheartened. Su Zimo grabbed Luo Tianwu's neck and said loudly, "If I let you escape back to Zhanglang City, who will be responsible for the deaths of the innocent people?" It is hard to say who is right and who is wrong in the war between the two countries. However, you sacrificed the lives of the innocent people to fulfill your ambitions. I, Su Zimo, will not tolerate you. Snap! Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and crushed Luo Tianwu's throat. He casually threw the corpse aside and looked around. He raised his voice and said, Luo Tianwu is already dead. Why are all of you still not retreating? There were close to 50,000 soldiers and horses in Sanglang City. However, they were intimidated by one person's aura and did not dare to move forward. Su Hong and the rest, as well as the 5,000 black armored cavalry, stood not far away and did not move at all. It was not that they did not want to support Su Zimo. However, the entire process simply happened too quickly. Everyone present did not expect that Su Zimo would strike. Even more so, they did not expect that Su Zimo's strike would be so swift and fierce. He killed Luo Tianwu in an instant with the force of a thunderbolt. Song Qi's flying sword had just been drawn. He did not even have the time to attack. In the battle just now, he had exchanged blows with the grey-robed Qi refinement warrior several times. Although they were both at level 8 Qi condensation, the other party's ability was slightly higher than his. However, in front of Su Zimo, the grey-robed Qi refinement warrior was already a corpse in just one move. The wolf guard of Sanglang City, Chao Gang, was the first to react. He took a deep breath, cupped his fists and said, Young Master Su, thank you for showing mercy. Let's go back to the city. Chao Gang carried Luo Tianwu's corpse. His expression was gloomy and his heart was filled with emotions. He secretly sighed. The city lord is so scheming. However, it is a pity that fate is playing tricks on people. If not for Su Zimo, the outcome of today's battle would be completely different. Chao Gang recalled that a year and a half ago, the young man who refused to bow down to perfected Sanglang. The young man who was demoted to a pariah and had almost lost everything. Who would have thought that it was the appearance of this young man who changed everything? Before leaving, Chao Gang could not help but turn back to look at the figure standing proudly. In a trance, this figure gradually merged with the young man from a year and a half ago. There was no distinction between them. Chao Gang suddenly thought of a sentence. It was a sentence that Su Zimo said to perfected Sanglang. If you don't kill me, you will definitely regret it in the future. Chao Gang once thought that Su Zimo said this sentence that day just to save his life. It was only until now that Chao Gang realized that Su Zimo said this sentence not just to save his life. That was more like a letter of challenge, an oath. Chapter 41. When Wei Mingsheng led the guards out of the city, he realized that the 50,000-strong army of Sanglang City had already retreated and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Wei Mingsheng came to Su Hong and got down from his horse. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. Thank you for coming to my aid, General. I am Wei Mingsheng, the Deputy General of Jianan City. Su Hong got down from his horse and helped Wei Mingsheng up. I am just a commoner. I don't deserve such respect from General. May I know what is your relationship with Duke Wooding? Although Wei Mingsheng had already guessed it, he still asked. Su Mu is my father. Wei Mingsheng nodded. If not, no one in the world could command the black armored cavalry and make this iron-blooded army follow him willingly. Elder brother, this is Xiao Qian's head. Take it as a sacrifice to father and mother. They can rest in peace. Su Zimo walked over and passed the head at his waist to Su Hong. Su Hong took the King of Yan's head and looked at Su Zimo. For a moment, he had mixed feelings. 16 years of forbearance and scheming. He did not expect that in the end, the Su family's blood feud would still fall on his younger brother's shoulders. Although Su Zimo did not mention a word about the battle at the capital right from the start. But looking at the fatigue in Su Zimo's eyes and the bloodstains on his body, Su Hong could guess that he must have gone through a fierce battle in the capital and had a narrow escape. Is the king really dead? Wei Mingcheng looked at the king of Yan's head and murmured softly. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He looked at Su Hong and said in a low voice, General Su, since the king of Yan is dead, we are willing to assist you in claiming the throne in Jianan City and return to the capital to clear Duke Wuding's name. Although the king of Yan had suppressed the tragedy 16 years ago, many of the soldiers did not believe that Su Mu would plot a rebellion. Given Su Mu's influence and status at that time, if he wanted to rebel and claim the throne, there were too many opportunities. When Uncle Zheng and the rest heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. If he wanted to proclaim himself a king, this was the best time. The king of Yan was dead and the country of Yan was in chaos. Moreover, Su Hong had made use of this battle to build up his reputation in Jianan City. After claiming the title of king, Su Hong would reveal his identity. Given Lord Wuding's influence back then, there would definitely be people in the 16 cities of the country of Yan who would sincerely submit to him. It was not impossible for him to unify the country of Yan. At the thought of this, Uncle Zheng said in a low voice, Eldest young master, this is a rare opportunity. Lu Yu and the rest also looked at Su Hong expectantly, waiting for his reply. Su Zimo did not express his opinion. No matter what decision his elder brother made, he would support him unconditionally. After a short moment of silence, Su Hong smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness. It's just that I, Su Hong, don't have that ambition. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Uncle Zheng and the rest felt their vision darken. General Su. Wei Mingcheng wanted to persuade him again but was interrupted by Su Hong. Su Hong said, when the war breaks out, the only ones who will suffer are the innocent citizens of the country of Yan. By then, I don't know how many people will lose their homes and families. Just like what Zimo said, if I sacrifice the innocent citizens to satisfy my ambition, what's the difference between me and Luo Tianwu? After a pause, Su Hong cupped his fists at Wei Mingcheng and said, General Wei, I have to return to Pingyang town to pay respects to my parents. We'll part ways here. With that, Su Hong got on his horse and led the 5,000 black armored cavalry back to Pingyang town. Wei Mingcheng and the soldiers stared at Su Hong's back view for a long time. Pingyang town, Su family's backyard. Su Hong, Su Zimo and Su Xiaoning knelt in front of a grave. Not far in front of them was the head of the king of Yan. Su Xiaoning was already sobbing. Su Hong's clothes were also covered in tears. All these years, Su Zimo had never seen his elder brother cry. Even when he failed to assassinate the king of Yan, Su Hong was only dispirited. He did not shed a single tear. Now that he had taken revenge, the hatred and resentment that had accumulated in Su Hong's heart for the past 16 years were released instantly. He could not control himself. Su Zimo did not shed a single tear. After kneeling for a while, he got up quietly and left the Su family's residence, returning to the cultivation field immediately. After entering, a look of disappointment flashed past Su Zimo's eyes. The cultivation field was empty. Dai Yu was not around. Su Zimo stood at the same spot for a long time. He took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. He turned back and came to the backyard of the Su family's residence. He gave Song Qi a look and turned to walk outside. Song Qi noticed and chased after him hurriedly. Second young master, what instructions do you have for me? Song Qi asked softly. Su Zimo was silent for a while. He took out a golden token from his chest and handed it over, saying, This is the Sky Treasure Gold Token. Song Qi had a shock. To him, the Sky Treasure Gold Token was too far away. Many Qi refinement warriors might not even be able to obtain a Sky Treasure Bronze token in their lifetime, let alone a Sky Treasure Gold token that was 2 grades higher. Second young master, what do you mean? Song Qi asked hurriedly. Su Zimo said in a low voice, After my elder brother and the rest have finished paying their respects, bring everyone from the Su family to Zhanglang City and hide in the Sky Treasure Pavilion for a while. Do not come out no matter what. As for the 5,000 black armored cavalry, let them disperse first and not gather together. Song Qi had never seen Su Zimo's expression so grave and his tone so low. Song Qi felt uneasy and asked again, "Second young master, did something happen? Could it be that the Su family has some powerful enemies? In the capital, I killed a few Qi refinement warriors and offended a sect. It won't be long before this sect finds their way here." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. The biggest reason why he could escape from the capital was that there were no foundation establishment cultivators from the Joyful clan in the capital. The Joyful clan had suffered such a huge loss. How could they take it lying down? Most likely, there were already foundation establishment cultivators rushing to Pingyang town and they were on the way now. Song Qi also realized how terrifying this matter was. Once a mortal offended a cultivation sect, death would be the best outcome. In serious cases, the entire family would be implicated. "Second young master, where are you going? Wouldn't it be better for you to go to the Sky Treasure Pavilion with us and hide for a while?" Song Qi asked again. Su Zimo remained silent. Song Qi's heart sank. He suddenly thought of a possibility and exclaimed, "You, don't tell me you're going to stop the foundation establishment cultivators from the cultivation sect?" Su Zimo said softly, "If I don't die, that cultivation sect will not give up. The Su family cannot hide in the Sky Treasure Pavilion forever. Once the Su family members show themselves, they will definitely be hunted down and no one will be able to escape. Moreover, it has been 7 days since the King of Yen died. Given the speed of the foundation establishment cultivators, they will most likely reach here soon. If no one stops them, they will definitely catch up with the Su family before they reach the Sky Treasure Pavilion in Sanglang City. But, second young master, brother Song, don't pull a long face. I might not die. I might even annihilate that sect." Su Zimo smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Song Qi sighed in his heart and could not continue speaking. Song Qi was very clear that Su Zimo's decision was correct. However, he was using his own life to protect the lives of the Su family members. Stopping the foundation establishment cultivators meant certain death. Su Zimo had no hope of survival at all. Su Zimo took out a storage bag from his chest. This was snatched from the one-armed Qi refinement warrior. He stuffed it into Song Qi's hands and patted his shoulders, saying in a low voice, "The Su family. I'll leave it to you." With that, Su Zimo turned and left. Snow started to fall from the sky. This was the first snow of early winter. Chapter 42. In the wind and snow, Su Zimo sprinted in the direction of Sanglang mountain range. He walked faster and faster. His eyes were clear and determined. Su Zimo did not close his eyes for the past half a month. In addition to the fierce battle in the capital, Su Zimo was physically and mentally exhausted. Even though he had the essence of the scarlet flame fruit in his body, the mental fatigue was hard to dispel. The next battle would be the true test for him. A test of life and death. If Su Zimo was an ordinary Qi refinement warrior, he would definitely die. However, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He had a chance of winning. Dai Yu's words kept echoing in Su Zimo's mind. Demonic cultivators can easily kill opponents of a higher level. Although your current ability is far inferior to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, if you can get close to him, you will still have a chance to kill him on the spot. Close combat ability was Su Zimo's greatest reliance. However, the most difficult thing was that the Joyful clan cultivators had already experienced his close combat ability. They would take precautions in advance and would definitely not give him too many chances. And Su Zimo knew nothing about the means of a foundation establishment cultivator. Was it just controlling spirit weapons? He was afraid that it was not that simple. Su Zimo sprinted at full speed and arrived at Sanglang mountain range in no time. Cultivators were different from ordinary people when they traveled. They flew in the air. If they wanted to reach Pingyang town at the fastest speed and the shortest distance, they would definitely pass by the sky above Tsanglang mountain range. Su Zimo wanted to wait here and kill the joyful clan cultivators. Back at Tsanglang mountain range, Su Zimo felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. This was his main battlefield. After finding a towering ancient tree, Su Zimo used both his hands and feet to climb up quickly. He was even more agile than an ape. At a high point, he could detect suspicious movements immediately and take the initiative. In this battle, Su Zimo had to consider every detail carefully. Only then could he possibly reverse the situation and fight for a chance of survival. Su Zimo sat on the ancient tree with the cold moon saber in front of his knees. He held the sanguine crystal bow in his hand and closed his eyes. This was his last chance to rest. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. They fluttered about, covering the sky and the earth. The Tsanglang mountain range seemed to be covered with a layer of pure white gauze. It was crystal clear and beautiful. The sanguine crystal bow and the cold moon saber were covered in snowflakes. Their original appearances could no longer be seen. As Su Zimo rested, he circulated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness breathing and expiration method. His body was boiling and white steam was rising from the top of his head. Although Su Zimo's body was hot, his heart was getting colder and colder. His entire being emitted a piercingly cold murderous intent that permeated every corner of the Tsanglang mountain range. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked into the distance. In the distant forest, a flock of birds seemed to have been frightened by something. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky, emitting hurried cries. Here it comes. At this point in time, only 2 hours had passed since Su Zimo arrived at the Tsanglang mountain range. Su Zimo's figure moved. He slid down from the ancient tree and landed quietly on the snowy ground. He took out the remaining 5 sharp arrows in the quiver, placed all of them on the bowstring and headed in that direction stealthily. The spirit boat was the most common flying spirit weapon in the cultivation world. Its advantage was that it was stable and fast. Moreover, it could carry many people. Just a while ago, a spirit boat from the Joyful clan entered the sky above the Tsanglang mountain range and traveled at high speed. There were about 100 people on the spirit boat. Most of them were level 8, level 9 or even perfected chi refinement warriors. The 5 people in the lead were the elders of the Joyful clan. 4 of them were at the early stage foundation establishment realm while the last one was at the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. In the Joyful clan, one could only be conferred the title of an elder after becoming a foundation establishment realm cultivator. This time, in order to hunt down Su Zimo, the Joyful clan had mobilized almost half of their forces. It was evident that the Joyful clan attached great importance to this matter. If the opponent was a cultivator, even if it was a chi refinement warrior, the Joyful clan would also have some reservations. They were afraid that they would provoke the power of the sect behind the cultivator. After all, the Joyful clan was only a small sect. Otherwise, it would not have attached itself to the country of Yen, which was one of the vassal states. However, Su Zimo was only a mortal. Did he think that he could provoke the cultivation sects just because he had a strong physical body and knew some martial arts? If Su Zimo did not die and if the Su family did not perish, the Joyful clan would become the laughing stock of the cultivation world in the future. Elder Chen, this Su Zimo's close combat skills are a little frightening. We don't dare to go forward at all. Elder, you have to be careful too. Don't let him get close to you. A chi refinement warrior by the side smiled in a flattering manner, wanting to remind him out of goodwill. Unexpectedly, Elder Chen's face darkened. He snorted softly and said, "How can a chi refinement warrior be the same as a foundation establishment cultivator? Do we need you to remind us?" Another elder sneered and said, "Not to mention that Su Zimo is in front of us, there is no way he can get close to us. Even if he gets close to us, he can't hurt us. Yes, yes, yes. Elder Gao is right. That Qi refinement warrior looked embarrassed and smiled apologetically. This Qi refinement warrior seemed to have thought of something. He looked hesitant and wanted to say something but stopped. Just say what you want to say, the only mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator said lightly. This Qi refinement warrior looked horrified and seemed to have a lingering fear. He said, Elder Qian, this lad has a blood-colored big bow. The arrow that he shoots is very powerful and fast. Although the accuracy is a little bad, if the distance is close, the lethality is also very terrifying. Elders, you have to be careful. Ha! Elder Qian smiled. A trace of mockery flashed past his eyes, but he did not say anything. Elder Gao, on the other hand, laughed loudly and said, You are a bunch of good-for-nothings. As Qi refinement warriors, you are actually so frightened by a mortal's bow and arrow. You have really embarrassed the sect. When we meet this lad later, let him shoot an arrow. See how I destroy this lad's sharp arrow. Just as Elder Gao's laughter died down, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind an ancient tree not far in front of the spirit boat. He was holding a blood-colored big bow. The bow was like a full moon and the arrow was already on the string. Oh! There is a murderous aura. Elder Qian was originally sitting cross-legged on the spirit boat. Suddenly, he was shocked. He slapped his storage bag and a talisman fell into his palm. He crushed it directly and shouted at the same time, Be careful. Swoosh! The sound of sharp arrows piercing through the air could be heard. 5 sharp arrows flashed with cold light. Almost instantly, they had already shot in front of the many cultivators from Joyful Clan. The 5 Joyful Clan elders were the first to bear the brunt. Elder Chen's reaction was extremely fast. Almost at the same time when Elder Qian crushed the talisman, he also crushed a talisman. A layer of shining light shield appeared on his body. The other 2 elders directly took out their flying swords and placed them in front of them. Elder Gao was the only one who was laughing wantonly. His reaction was slightly slower and there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. The cold light grew bigger and bigger in Elder Gao's eyes. Poof! A jet of black light entered his chest directly and came out through his body. Blood splattered on Elder Gao's body. Although this arrow did not hit his heart, the terrifying power that the sharp arrow carried instantly tore open the wound and destroyed all the vitality in Elder Gao's body. Elder Gao stood motionless on the spirit boat. Blood was gushing out from his chest and mouth. There was some confusion and regret in his eyes. He murmured softly, What a fast arrow, a foundation establishment cultivator, dead. Chapter 43. After surviving in Song Lang mountain range for a year, Su Zimo had a deeper understanding of combat. There were many factors that could affect a battle. Strength was the foundation, but it was not the only factor. The weather, mentality, environment, preparation, and various details would change the situation and even affect the final outcome. This time round, Su Zimo took advantage of the weather and his prior preparations. One party was unprepared while the other party had been waiting for a long time. In addition, the heavy snow blocked one's vision and visibility was very low. By the time the Joyful Clan cultivators reacted, the 5 sharp arrows were already in front of them. Clang! 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 Out of the 5 arrows, 2 of them hit the light shield of the 2 Joyful Clan elders. The light shield vibrated violently but the sharp arrows were deflected. The other 2 arrows were blocked by the flying swords of the 2 Joyful Clan elders. However, the arrow that hit Elder Gao had caused destructive damage to many Joyful Clan cultivators. Elder Gao, who was at the early stage foundation establishment realm, was caught off guard and killed by the arrow. The power of this arrow did not seem to have diminished as it continued to travel to the back. The spirit boat was not big. More than 100 Qi refinement warriors were divided into 5 rows and stood behind the 5 elders. Behind Elder Gao stood 20 Qi refinement warriors. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators did not react in time, let alone the Qi refinement warriors behind them. The 20 Qi refinement warriors did not even see this sharp arrow. They felt a pain in their chest and the vitality in their body drained rapidly. Their eyes dimmed and they fell from the spirit boat. The power of this arrow was too strong. It pierced through the flesh and blood of 21 cultivators and still had energy left. It hit a towering ancient tree and the tail of the arrow was shaking violently. A total of 21 cultivators, including one Foundation establishment cultivator, were killed by Su Zimo with one arrow. It's him. It's Su Zimo. The few Qi refinement warriors on the spirit boat recognized Su Zimo and shouted. Withdraw the spirit boat and kill this person. Elder Qian was furious and shouted sternly. Although this arrow did not injure the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, it still caused them to feel a lingering fear. If they had reacted a little slower, they would have been dead by now. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! Many Qi refinement warriors on the spirit boat rose into the air. They took out their spirit weapons and attacked Su Zimo at the same time. In an instant, spiritual light flashed in the air, dazzling and dazzling. Sword Qi was like frost, passing through the wind and snow, covering the sky and covering the earth. Of course, Su Zimo didn't think that he had the strength to fight against an entire sect. Just now, he was lucky that his arrow could kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. After shooting 5 arrows, Su Zimo did not hesitate and immediately fled into the distance. Quick! The 2 joyful clan elders struck at the same time. A beam of spiritual light flickered on their flying swords as they pierced towards the back of Su Zimo's head. They arrived abruptly at an extremely fast speed. Before the sword arrived, Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle as a bone-piercing chill invaded his body. We can't fight recklessly. Su Zimo realized that even if he unleashed all his strength to block the flying swords of the Foundation establishment cultivators, he would most likely be seriously injured. Elder Chen took out a long banner from his storage bag. It fluttered in the wind. On the strip-shaped banner, there was a drawing of a naked lady. She was charming and seductive. All of a sudden, there was a flash of spiritual light on the long banner. That seductive lady suddenly opened her eyes. She blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Su Zimo. Her naked body actually moved on the banner, posing in a posture that made one's blood boil. It was extremely seductive and captivating. Su Zimo only took a glance from the corner of his eyes. He felt that his mouth and tongue were dry and a ball of evil fire was rising in his lower abdomen. Strange. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to look anymore. He continued to run forward, twisting and turning in the forest, avoiding the many spirit weapons that were piercing towards him from behind. It was only at this moment that Su Zimo truly experienced the changes that his spirit perception brought to him. To be fair, if he were to fight against a cultivator one-on-one, the help of his spirit perception would not be obvious. However, against such a dense attack, the sky was filled with blinding spiritual lights and the sounds of swords and sabers that pierced through metal and cracked stone. Be it vision or hearing, everything was greatly affected. Even if Su Zimo saw a flying sword piercing towards him and wanted to dodge, it would already be too late. However, spirit perception was different. He could sense danger and avoid it without seeing it or hearing it. Su Zimo did not need to see or hear. He relied entirely on an indescribable sense to escape through the dense flashes of swords and sabers. Just now, Su Zimo shot out 5 arrows at once because he realized that the other party might not give him another chance to shoot once they exchanged blows. True enough. Under the barrage of attacks, Su Zimo would be killed on the spot if he paused for even a moment, let alone shooting arrows. Whoosh! 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 A soul-stirring sound rang out. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he forcefully stopped himself in his tracks. Pulling out his cold moon saber, he turned around and swung it to deflect the dozens of flying swords piercing towards him. Borrowing the force from the flying swords, his body tilted and fell to the other side, rolling on the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Su Zimo glanced sideways. 3 inches in front of him, a ring-shaped spirit weapon had smashed a huge hole in the ground. Just now, if he had taken half a step forward, his entire body would have been blown apart by this ring-shaped spirit weapon. Su Zimo looked carefully and saw that there were 2 spirit patterns flashing on this ring-shaped spirit weapon. Middle-grade spirit weapon. Seeing that Su Zimo had dodged his long-awaited killing blow, Elder Qian snorted coldly and controlled the ring-shaped spirit weapon to charge towards Su Zimo once more. Su Zimo crawled on the ground, using both his hands and feet to move close to the ground. His body was as weak and agile as a python. As he slid across the snowy ground, he left a curved trail behind him. Seeing that the flying swords were about to hit Su Zimo, he twisted his body strangely and dodged them by a hair's breadth. However, his speed did not seem to decrease at all. Many cultivators were even more frustrated and their attacks became even fiercer. Boom! 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 The spirit weapon missed and smashed onto the ground continuously, brushing past Su Zimo several times. The sand and stones that were stirred up hit Su Zimo's body, causing him to feel a faint pain. Su Zimo pursed his lips tightly. With a calm expression, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The cultivators from Joyful Clan had never seen such a movement technique. At times, he was like a galloping horse, at other times, he was like a monkey leaping across the ground, and at other times, he was like a python plucking grass. Su Zimo's physical fitness had completely exceeded the knowledge of many cultivators. Even the spirit beasts that were known for their strong physical bodies could not achieve this. Lad, you will definitely die today. Let's see where you can escape to. Elder Chen hollered angrily. He waved the long banner in his hands. The coquettish lady on the banner opened her mouth and gently breathed out a puff of pink fog. Who would have expected that the wind and snow would be so strong now? Just as the pink fog gushed out, it was blown away by the wind and snow. Instead, it drifted in the direction of the Joyful Clan Chi Refinement Warriors. Many Chi Refinement Warriors were caught off guard and were contaminated by the pink fog. Instantly, their faces flushed red and they panted heavily. They lost their balance in mid-air and were on the verge of falling. Everyone hurriedly took out an elixir from their storage bags and swallowed it. It was only then that they felt slightly better. Although Elder Chen's spirit banner was only an inferior grade spirit weapon, it could affect the opponent's mind. Just now, the pink fog that it spewed out was his trump card. If a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator was not careful, he might suffer a huge setback. Elder Chen did not expect that his trump card did not injure Su Zimo. Instead, it caused a huge mess on his side. At the sight of this, Elder Qian hollered angrily, "Stupid! Put away your lousy banner and chase after this lad obediently. He won't be able to hold on for long." Elder Chen's expression was ugly. He blamed everything on Su Zimo and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger.